how's NFT London?
It's fantastic, honestly, really amazing. Met so many people of the Wax blockchain and wider community. Lots of technology, new games coming out, all different ideas being thrown around. So really incredible.
Nice.
Hey.
Wish I was there. Congratulations, Lisa.
Congratulations to you too. Good to see you guys on this historic day.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I put in my quote, one small step for players, one giant leap for DAOs.
I just saw that. I know. I'm obviously in the car, but I just dropped off my dog and I'm going to go ahead to the coffee shop so I can be more present. But
nice.
Yeah. Oh, top of the hour. Got a mine too. Sorry. Be right back.
Hey, Martin. Glad to hear.
I don't know how long I can stay because of the internet quality and battery life, but it's really good to see you all. And again, congratulations. I look very forward to seeing what you further along with technology and proposals.
You bet. Yeah, it's super exciting.
Suggestions welcome.
Hey, Duane, and hey, everybody else.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm also on mobile today. Hey, everyone.
Nice.
So maybe for the viewers out there or for the noobs to this, what's the historic day today and what has happened? I'm curious.
The historic day is 2 years ago. A lot of us, one of the first NFT collections and game later in games is Alien Worlds, and you know, the hope and promises were that this was going to be a road towards a DAC and DAOs, where the game was going to be given to the players. And a lot of us have been faithful players and waiting for the day that the centralized galactic federation was going to start handing the keys over to the planets to the players, and that the players were able to elect candidates to the planets. So we've just gone through 10 days of people voting with their planetary tokens, and today the first elections were announced. So the top 5 people on each planet are now the inaugural first leaders of the planets. So so huge day. And you know, a lot of us found our start with NFTs on Wax, you know, in this game, and yeah, now we're off to the very first step of, you know, what are our leaders going to do? How are we going to you know, there's been some time that's passed, and some of us have been, you know, waiting patiently to develop and reward our communities and grow the metaverse, and today's the day. So now we got to figure out a lot of stuff.
Power to the DAO, finally.
Yes.
Love it.
Yeah, I almost see it as like a layer 1, right? This is going to be like a layer 1 for all other games to kind of follow on how you decentralize your game. So exciting. And we have some leaders on here. We've got DanishCrypto elected to planet Kavian. We've got Lisa just stepped out for some coffee, you know, surprise, surprise. Let's see, she's elected to Veles.
I'm here. I'm just driving. I'm here.
Nice. And we've got
I can't believe Lisa won. I'm shocked.
Yes.
The shots are called.
Yay, thank you all. Thank you for your vote.
We've got Vlad that was elected to Eyeke. And
Hello.
in a little bit, I'm sure there's going to be more people showing up, but I'll share a screen on the new tools available for the planetary leaders. There's a new button called Custodian Center, where we have a worker proposal system live by the looks of it. I haven't tested it, so maybe that's something we'll do.
What I would ask is if you can try releasing some of the budget. because some smart cookies have already figured out that there's a button there and released some of the budget, or at least proposed to.
Okay.
What we're testing at the minute on the back end is just making sure that not only you can see your proposals, but I can see it as well. Not being a custodian on the planet, I should be able to see what you're doing, basically.
Right.
Sorry, it's very noisy here.
So how many votes did you end up needing to get, Duane?
That's a good question. I can share a screen and kind of show show who our leaders are here.
I'm just kind of curious, like, what was the scale, you know, in terms of how many votes you needed, or what the stake you needed, and so forth. And you know, when I was on the phone with Max last week after our, I guess it was after our call last week, you know, he suggested I become a candidate just for the sake of becoming a candidate. You know what I mean? And I don't think I haven't looked.
I posted the link in chat, so you can use that link as an easy view to see how many votes there were on the respective planets.
Oh, thanks. Like I said, I was just kind of curious, like, what the scale was, you know. And I guess that'll give it to me, I guess.
Yeah, I guess on probably one of the if we look at Kavian, the top 5 players that got elected in, we have 1.7 million votes, 1,900,000, 900,000, and about 800,000. And what that means as far as state Kavian, if someone staked for the longest period where you got the most out of your votes, if you stake that for 90 days, 1.7 million votes would have been about 340,000 CAV tokens. So I think it's probably similar for a lot of the planets that the top person had, you know, in that range of probably 300,000 tokens staked to them. And obviously you had to stake to 2 people. And as far as the number of voters, just looking at, well, here, let me just share this 1 second. So if we look at Kavian, we had Anders with the top amount of votes or vote power, with about 58 votes, and then the rest ranging from about 36 to 20. When we go to Eyeke, similar, probably 40 to about 11 votes, in that the top one was about a million. That's my account on the top, so thank you, voters. That was awesome. Magor, we have similar, probably about 1.5 for the top. NERI definitely had, you know, a race to the top with the most amount of voting powers, and we had the 2 monkeys that had the most amount of community votes. So shout out to them to get over that 100 number of voters. There is something going on NERI. Let me just go, I'm just going to look over here on NERI. We had JR. I just saw a ping from him that said he wasn't part of the top votes. And what's JR's account number? VWAX or VW. I need my reading glasses. VWIA. Oh no, okay. So it looks like I'm not sure. Yeah, so we've got JR in 5th space here on NERI. Naron, quite a few votes as well. 2 million on the top. And Veles, 47 votes. Is that you, Lisa, on the top spot?
Yes, thank you, everyone.
Nice. Well, I'd love.
Are those all on chain, or is
Yeah.
that just within the game? That's on chain.
It is
It's on
100%.
chain.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and the proposals. I'll share a screen here. The proposals will be on chain as well.
Sorry if that was a naive question. I was just kind of curious whether they were just doing it kind of like off, on a or like, on the off chain necessarily, right? And then the maybe the results were on chain or so forth. But those, okay.
Yeah, so this is the big release today, right here. Manage candidacy. We have. Oh, sorry. Not manage candidacy. Where's my little button that said let's get in here. Custodian Center. That's the button I'm looking for. All right, so we have 2 proposals already on Eyeke, probably test proposals. Yeah, one for 1 trillium. Let's see. Are we able to see? Yeah, I'm not quite sure on how to see the actual proposal.
Always
I think-
fun with live testing.
Right. So maybe on blocks. All right. Well, I just pressed approve on something. So 2 out of 3. It looks like a test. We'll see if it works. Oh, someone sent to me. So someone did a proposal just to test it, and it looks like it was sent to my account. All right. Who else do we have on Eyeke? Let's see if that worked.
I did that proposal.
Oh, perfect. Thanks, Vlad.
Yeah. And I think Michael wrote that we first have to approve the budget proposal, then the second one will go through.
Ah, okay. Very exciting. Well, we usually use this time starting next week. We're going to do a 1-hour meeting with fractal governance, and we can break out into breakout rooms in different planets. And we get to decide. We've received a grant from Galactic Hubs where we have 100,000 trillium to reward people to come here and network. So I would urge all the community leaders to use this as a signal to the community. I would need some maybe help on marketing it as maybe a network to earn game. If people are new to Alien Worlds and are just showing up, we do need to come to consensus to get rewarded. So it's not, you don't have to be, a power user. You just have to show up to practice this. But why I started this is I thought it'd be a good exercise in networking for us to see who else is elected officials and get a signal from the community of what they're doing. But we can use this in many different ways. If successful, I'm here to volunteer. I do not need any funds for anybody else to use this. But if you are an elected official, I'd urge you maybe to use this with the other candidates and your community to get signals on what proposals people would like to see. And we could use this as a whole different, instead of what have you done for the Alien Worlds community, you can do it for anything. Dan has been running a EOS Eden fractal meetup, and there's been some talks of what other fractal governance, games can we play? And some of them sounded like a lot of fun. A bunch of people coming to just tell a joke, and we come to consensus on who said the best joke, right? Or people that were musically inclined. Hey, let's play the music we like. Who played the best music? In this sense, obviously, around the theme of Alien Worlds, we can use it for what we want. But I think the practice of coming to consensus with our other leaders is probably a good thing. And on NERI, I would suggest to the other people that we elected that NERI, some of my thoughts were that we just blow up marketing. There's a lot of people that want to create games, reward communities, do a lot of things. I'm thinking that, you know, press releases and paid advertising and just in-person and virtual events would be what we wanted to do. So I would try and bring in people like the EOSBs and other marketing people that they could tell us, how did you market our press releases? How did you get more people to the game? And they get rained down a bunch of Trillium every week. So for today, though, the excitement of today, obviously being the launch of the DAO, I wanted to leave this as an open forum and really just hear from the people that got elected on what some of the proposals you're thinking. And this is being taped, so we can use this as kind of a marketing to the rest of the community. They can, you know, share your voice out there. And then people like Martin and some of the other, you know, Steve, Eric, some of the other just community members that might say, hey, I have a great proposal for you guys as leaders of how I want to activate my community and how some Trillium would really kind of help me out. So if you wouldn't mind, Danish, you've been like the most active person in the last week with all your Twitter spaces and really, you know, getting a lot of people into the space. I'm really curious if you could, you know, start us off, and I'd love to hear what you have in mind for maybe some proposals.
Sure. Yeah, I've been running Twitter spaces on a minimum of 12 hours a day for a little over a week now. The longest was 18 and a half hours long before I needed to cut out. Been doing a lot of onboarding on that, step-by-step guiding from getting into wax and even getting on alien worlds and all the way through the voting system. But yeah, for proposals, I have a lot of good ideas and kind of follow what you're talking about right before, actually. With something like what I've been doing, for example, I've been doing it just for fun and for because I feel like it's needed. We need people out there talking about wax, talking about alien worlds, talking about our ecosystem in general. So I feel there was not really many doing it. We have some Wax Wednesday spaces and so on, but like nobody, because it's Wax Wednesday, it kind of limits people. I call mine, let's have a real talk about it, and sometimes put in some extra titles, but it brings in a lot of people from all over. I've had artists in there, done things on Ethereum and other places. I just got an artist in Lizard Hearts, and she made Fantasy Angels, and that collection just dropped, sadly unwhitelisted, but again, she just got on here, but 36 different angels, even though that's kind of nothing to do with Alien Worlds itself. It's still onboarding it into our ecosystem, and been trying to do more of that and trying to figure out how we could benefit other people for participating. And I have my developer from Bhood, Snappy, working on some Twitter API functions to see if it was possible for us to reward people that joined the Twitter space for more than 15 minutes, just like if they were signed up to our system, drop them an NFT or drop them something if they participated more than X amount of time in the Twitter spaces hold. And if we can fix that, then we wanted to like open it for everyone on Wax, so everyone could like make more participation action, because I've worked with the ESBs as well as the English ESB princess for around a year to try to build that whole system, and it's it has really worked for networking, connection, and translation. We have bridged a lot of communities we wasn't talking to at all before, that just was out there doing their things, and now we know what they're doing, and we can translate those articles into English when they come from somewhere in the Asian countries, or we can do it the other way when, again, they come from the English countries, but some of the Asian or Indian or wherever they might not speak English or read English that well, they could translate it because we have some community members from those areas there's helping doing all that and being fractal rewarded for participating in their work, and it works awesomely. And I can see that happening on Twitter Spaces, like co-hosts and stuff maybe gets a little more for participating and holding up the space, and every speaker gets a little more for participating in that, and listeners even get a little bit if you've been in for more than 15 minutes or whatever time limit we said, and doing stuff like that. And then I would love to see proposals from people, because I've heard a lot of good ideas, but I'm not alone on Kavian. I have 4 other people I need to talk to with everything. So we are going to dribble all the proposals, hopefully in a good manner, and see how we can fund some, hopefully, good proven people. That's one of the things I personally look more at than anything, because if you are going to say to me, for example, you're going to do something, it's fine, and I like the idea, but if I can see that you already have been doing something and want more support with that, I've already seen action, and action speaks louder than words. So yeah, that was kind of my ramble on that. Hope that makes sense.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, exactly. So I believe the active community members and leaders that have, shown up and proven themselves already are, going to have more success in getting their proposals forwarded. I'd like to present and ask Vlad to present, because one of my first suggestions in the channels for a proposal was a signaling station. Not only just from the candidates that are now custodians of the planets, but from the community at large. And Vlad's created a tool on Wax, and I'll post it here in a second, that I would suggest maybe urging the other planets to take my lead and put some money of setting up a planet over on wax.consortium. And he can explain the mechanics of what this does, but it does do 2 things. It utilizes the planet's tokens for voting, if that's the way you set it up. So I'm going to set one up for Eyeke with the Eyeke token, that anyone can put in a proposal that has the token, and then we all vote on it. And it's not something that's going to maybe pass, maybe the candidates don't pass those proposals, but it's kind of another on-chain, on-wax signaling station that we can flush out a lot of proposals instead of maybe just putting them all into the alien world system. So yeah, Vlad, if you're there, if you can kind of introduce that, and also congratulations on being a candidate in Eyeke.
Thank you. You introduced it well, and with the version that is currently deployed to Wax, it reads the liquid token balance. And what I've been thinking, that this could be changed to improve it even further, that now we can use the token balance, same token balance that is used to vote for custodians. Yeah. And yeah, consortium in general, it really just enables to understand what the community in general thinks. So it's a sort of aggregation of signals. And yes, since each planet has their own tokens, those signals can be aggregated that way. And there's really, it's fairly flexible. So the proposals can have up to 5 answer options. And yeah, they don't have to be binary, yes, no. And yeah, there are also a lot of like additional features like a staking option. So the consortium itself has also a token, poll token, and the planet that will have the most poll tokens staked for it will have the highest rewards for voting and poll creation. Yeah, that's consortium. And also the idea was that planets, once they if they decide to use consortium, to give essentially the consortium to them. So the planets themselves will become the custodians of consortium, and all the fees that are accumulated also will be for the planets to decide how to develop further consortium. Yeah.
Nice.
That's it.
Danish, have your hand up?
Yeah. There was a couple of questions to that, but one of them got answered, and the other one. So we kind of can use that as maybe a system for the community to come with proposals for the proposals really sent to us to vote on. So the Alien Walls proposals, they are like, hey, I want to fund this project, I want to do this. But then community could have proposals, our idea proposals to how to do those proposals, and they get voted on over here. Then we as council members can also judge our opinion on what the community base their votes on or have ideas on there. And I think that's a really neat idea. I definitely like that, if I understood that correctly, of course.
Yeah, 100%. And maybe before I go to other people's proposals, if I can ask Dan to talk about it. Dan's been running a meetup for about 23 weeks now for the Eden community on EOS, and has been using the EOS version of Consortium as a signaling station as well. So it's maybe, Dan, if you can explain how you've utilized that in our group to come to consensus.
Yep. Thanks, Duane. And yeah, thanks, Vlad and DanishCrypto. It's really cool to hear about everything. So yeah, we've been in the process of using Consortium more and more with Eden Fractal. We've been doing Eden Fractal meetings sort of similar to this meeting for the past 23 weeks or 22 weeks, as Duane was saying, and meeting and doing fractal process and so forth. And while we've been doing this, we've been learning how to come to consensus as a community and make community decisions. And like Vlad was saying, like understand what people think. And I've also been a big fan of the Consortium tool, and making lots of posts in the Consortium tool and asking Vlad questions and coming up with ideas for it and so forth since hearing about it, like, I don't know, almost 2 years ago now, I think. So I've been really interested in how Consortium can be used to help communities make decisions together and cooperate more effectively and understand how everybody feels and everybody thinks. So I've been also working with Vlad and messaging often lately to think about potential new features we can build and so forth. And I've also been making some proposals with the Eden Fractal community to start using Consortium in different ways. So over the past, I guess about a month or a month and a half ago, we started using Consortium a lot more. Before then, we were kind of talking about using it, but then we started making proposals. I've probably made like 10 or maybe 15 proposals there so far, and several other people in the community have as well. And we're still starting to use it. You know, some people in the community haven't started using it, but more and more people are using it. I put out an article just yesterday about changing the time, and I made a couple or 2 days ago about changing the time of the events. Because there's daylight savings and a couple other things, we thought it might be a good idea to change the time. So that was kind of a first example where we had some proposals out there, and then the community came to consensus with the help of these proposals to change the time. And then next week we'll be doing it again to figure out exactly what time we want to change it to. And then, yeah, there's all sorts of different things we can do. We made several other proposals for potentially allocating some of the Eden respect tokens there, or just, you know, different ways we operate. We're working on setting our agenda for the meeting, figuring out, you know, how do we talk about proposals and so forth, and all sorts of questions like that. I'm also working on a new kind of a brand, I guess, called Signals, spelled with a C, where I'm kind of just riffing off the idea of signals and trying to explore this more. Like, one of the things I want to do is like make it so we can use consortium really quick during meetings. So like somebody could quickly put up a poll, and then you know, people could say like, I don't know, what do we want to talk about now? Or do you agree with X? Or is this cool? Or something like that. And then the whole community could vote really quickly on consortium. So lots of cool potential like that I'm exploring and excited about as well. But yeah, I suppose I'll leave it at that. And then those articles, I can share them in there in the chat. I'll share in the chat. But at edencreators.com/consortium, I've been writing a bit about consortium as well. And edencreators.com/time talks about the time proposal. And if I think of other articles, I'll share them too. But I suppose that's that. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions or discuss it further. Thank you, everybody.
Nice. Thanks so much. Like, I'm not sure if Lisa's back, but I'm curious to hear about some of the ideas about her proposals. But maybe just because I don't see her on screen, I'm just going to pass it on to some community members, because I know she's here. Lisa, love to hear from you.
I'm in the coffee shop. Let me see if I can step out for a second. They lost my order, so I've been here 20 minutes. It's okay. We're just celebrating. It's worth it. It's really good coffee. So, yeah, sorry, it's kind of noisy right here, so I might not be able to have a great conversation at the moment, but glad you all are. What's on my mind is actually making a list of all the things that have come to mind and that people have suggested. I think a lot of people are after like big and certain projects, which is great, but there's probably a lot of things that don't even need money that we might want to think about too. You know, like our communications. We already have 2 interplanetary Telegram groups set up. Yay! So we'll probably have another 20 before the end of the week. But we might want to think about, like, you know, communications and player paths and website and all of those things for the planets, unless we don't, which of course is an option for each planet, and how to get the proposals in to the actual custodians and, you know, others who care. Like, do we need a form like before it goes to consortium, or how are we going to, and I know you guys were talking about that and I missed some of it, so I'll have to check back, but you know, like, do we need to ask each planet? Are we working together on it? Are we working separately? But getting a consensus and how to build consensus together, I think it's super important. So, you know, the exercise of the governance models, and like, if we need to schedule calls to get that going or whatever, you know, that might be something to think about next. I know GBM's really busy with work. I messaged him. I don't know if he's here. I think Burst is here and JR is here. So we've got Sharkyto, I messaged, I haven't heard from, but we've got quite a few people from Veles here. So we can start to think about it. Of course, I think it's 25 people altogether across the planets, if I'm not mistaken. I think General Yates said. So luckily he's out there flying with us and helping to guide where our ships should go. So thank God for that. But anyway, anything specific, if you want to holler, those are my first thoughts. And my dog's at the vet all day, so I'll be trying to find a place to work online a little bit. And I'm here, even if you.
Well, I think I can talk for the whole group here, Lisa, of how you knit and weave the community together, and starting all these groups and getting us all to communicate. It's yeah, we wouldn't it wouldn't be the same metaverse without you. So much appreciation.
And vice versa.
JR, I'd love to hear about some of your ideas and plans, and congratulations on being elected to some planets. I know there was maybe some intergalactic alien that maybe tried to do some weird stuff on NERI you can tell us about, but yeah, I'd love to hear from you.
How you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you
You
bet.
can hear me? Okay, good. Yeah, there's a few discrepancies on Naron and NERI, I guess. So we're trying to sort that out. Right now, my mind's focused on that. So I really don't have too much to say other than I'm worried and see if I'm going to make it or not. I know Nathan over at Naron also has some missing votes, I guess, or didn't make the top 5, which he should be there, I guess. Yeah. So,
Well,
but
that's a call to action, I guess, for anybody that has some voting power. You know, if this does turn over every 7 days, and if anyone knows Nathan for Naron, he was the first guy and consistently always out there for some votes. So if you have some Trillium, you can even switch your vote over on Naron. If it doesn't click in this week, let's get him in there for week 2.
Yes,
but JR,
actually,
you've been doing incredible. I'm sure with Lisa's help as well. But one of the most widespread kind of getting communities involved in alien worlds, and I'm really excited just to hear a couple thoughts of how you're going to keep doing that, or some of your thoughts of how we're going to increase the increase the viability and liveliness of this metaverse.
well, the JR Lance was something that Lisa helped me with. She's actually, I gave her 110% on that. She's actually been taking charge of the whole situation there. But my idea at the very beginning was to try to split some of the TLM with projects, so that way we can have projects involved with alien worlds. And then I didn't have too much luck with it at first, and then Lisa came in and she started spreading the word and setting up documents and things like that, setting up the tech for that, and that actually helped out, and we were able to bring a few projects over. Hopefully helps the projects too. You know, that's one of the main things. They get a little bit of marketing and they get a little bit of TLM split. You know, and hopefully, I think in the last couple of days, or at least the last couple of weeks, I think that's what's been helping Alien World and get real people involved. So hopefully we can grow that a little bit more. And then with the new council in place, now there's going to be a little bit of a budget to try to bring some of the bigger projects over. And on that, I'm going to depend on the bigger brains like you guys, you know, to try and help this Alien Worlds evolve.
Well, I'm sure those numbers will be figured out on NERI. I'm really looking forward to working with you, JR. And yeah, I appreciate everything you've done. And let's make NERI rock. I'm excited. One of the planets, Eyeke, that also I think Lisa kind of seeded with an idea that Eyeke was for EOS. And we have some prominent EOS members part of the crowd, and there's been some great ideas on how to engage. We all know that Alien Worlds has been a success for bridging other chains like Binance Chain, and so I'd like to hear from Jesse. I know that Jesse, if no one knows, has been one of the main activators of EOS as far as marketing, and has a whole swarm of bees that can really take our message of marketing and kind of blow it up. But lately, I've been really passionate about how we whitelist and the whole issue of wax and bots, and how we really reward out of our treasuries the real people out there, right? Nothing against the bots, but how do we really make sure they're not draining the pot, and how do we value add to the players that are really active? And I'd like Jesse to speak on some innovative ways that he's come up with on how we can bridge chains and also maybe get further down the line of real unique users being whitelisted in this community. So Jesse, if you can give us a little bit of idea of what you're thinking.
Hey everyone, great to be here. So imagine that you go to an event And everyone at the event is organized and randomized into groups of 4 to 6 people. And in those groups, kind of like how we do in the Fractally process here, the group needs to come to consensus on a winner of that group, or a delegate, as we call them in Eden. So this is a service that the Eden on EOS community has been offering to the EOS blockchain as more of a worker proposal type system to distribute funds to help EOS or whatever. Now, one of the implications of this election that we do, so one person goes on to the next round, you go to 4 to 6 people, groups of 4 to 6 people for the next round, and then we have the final round. That can be multiple rounds if we have more people joining. But one of the key considerations in this model is that everyone shows up to an election at the same time. And we have a culture at Eden where we're like a proof of humanity kind of service as well, where we want people to turn on their cameras. And so if everyone is at the same location at the same time with their cameras on, this is a great way to offer civil protection services to other projects and other chains. And so the idea is, so we're developing this idea. As it stands right now, we have an induction type ceremony where the new member is expected to show their face. There's a few witnesses, the people that vouch for them. This, excuse me, this type of model is used in, there's a proof of humanity project on Ethereum, for example. So this is a very familiar model in the kind of civil protection space. So we have that model now, but we're building on this. So I'm about to describe this kind of enhanced system, and it's from my research by far the best idea that's out there in civil protection, because we have the foundation of Dan Larimer's fractal governance. And so this is like a derivative of his political playoff system. So if you are a new member and you want to get authenticated, whitelisted for your favorite game like Alien Worlds, come to the election, you vote, and you get a non-transferable NFT for voting. And when the election is over, there's a challenge period where we have workers watching all of these videos, comparing different rooms. There's pretty sophisticated actors right now out there if the benefit is high enough. And so if you pass all our checks, then you get that. So you don't get the NFT right away once you vote. If you pass the challenge period, you have that NFT. Now, what's really interesting is that, of course, we're on a blockchain. And so the NFTs have metadata. And part of the metadata is we can see the time and date it was minted. And so we have elections every 3 months. And if you want to be really bulletproof, civil protected, a DApp or a project could require their users to maybe go to all 4 Eden elections throughout the year. That would mean that one account has 4 non-transferable NFTs from Eden. That person has authenticated themselves 4 times throughout the year. Now, if we think about, okay, what can a sophisticated actor do? This sophisticated actor could wear a wig, do some artificial reality 4 times a year to make it really seem like they're a different person with a different account. We acknowledge that we do not have the capability of detecting these super sophisticated actors. But the good news is that because, so this is a balance, but we feel like we have a starting balance that we want to start with is these 3-month intervals. So in 1 year, a sophisticated actor could have 4 identities per year. And there are people out there that try to do thousands of identities. And so this, I think, would be a tremendous improvement towards the situation now. And so I want to just come here and answer any questions about the idea, because we are building this now and we do need support to build this. We feel like there's a lot of value that we can provide to other communities if this does get built. There's total consensus on this idea from our Eden on EOS community. I believe that this will get built. And so we're so excited about this. And yeah, any questions, you could DM me or ask me now. Thanks.
Yeah, that's
I have
incredible.
some questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, the problem that I see with that is that what about people that don't want their face all over the internet? And what about people that don't speak English or that they're asleep at that time? This is a global community, and having this relatively local, very niche way of authentication doesn't really seem like on scale, especially for a worldwide global network.
Hi, JZA, thank you for the question. And you're so on point. And I come from an entrepreneurial background, and the lessons that I've learned from my experience is that you always want to start with a narrow. You start narrow and then you go broad. So in EOS, in our actually Eden on EOS community, there are 2 forks right now, one for the Chinese language and one for the Korean language. There's really nothing stopping us from doing different election times and building communities with different languages. But you're totally right. We're starting with English, and at, by the way, our election time, it's at 13 UTC, and this is a common time for global communities. So we do have that in mind. But it is English, and you do need to show your face. No solution is perfect, but there are other solutions. There's one other in mind that we could integrate with in the future, and I'll just give a quick shout out. It's called Port. This is a very well-known project on EOS. And you can use your passport to authenticate yourself without showing your face. But there's other problems there too, because people can get multiple passports, and you can game the system from like an off-chain type of way. But I totally acknowledge what you're saying. And yes, we're starting with showing your face. If you don't show your face and we're trying to stop and we're trying to authenticate humans, that is a really hard problem. We're just not there yet to solve it, but I always believe you start narrow. If we can solve for some narrow use cases, and then once we get traction, and there's a lot of people saying, I can't show my face because I live in this country, but I want to prove I'm a real human. Once that opportunity comes about, I think we have enough talent in the ecosystem to solve that. But to start, this is, so yeah, we're going to start like this. And then if we can be successful, I think it can scale from your concerns.
Another is, who's validating this? Because is this being validated by some AI, or is this validated by other humans?
Other humans. Yeah, well, so the election, so okay. So everyone goes to the election. It could be 50, 100, 1,000 people. Again, they get randomized into groups of 4 to 6 people. And there's intimate conversations in this election because you need to decide and come to consensus on who moves on to the next round. And so if there's some discrepancy, if there's bot-like behavior because of the conversations are so intimate, then we feel like we are capable of detecting that. Now, if someone is not a bot, let's say they have 2 webcams, for example, and they use artificial reality to display them on one webcam, they still need to be talking. And if they're in 2 rooms and they're talking, and we have the workers, which we do, to review all of these videos, and cross-reference them, this is how we're tackling that issue. And what I consider that, you may be thinking, oh, that doesn't scale. Well, because of crypto, we have micro task workers. And Duane had mentioned my main project. He mentioned the bees. We're a marketing group. But if you really think about the first principles of what we're doing, we have a group of micro task workers. And the micro task is sharing a tweet and commenting on a tweet and getting paid for that task. And so I believe that I'm super bullish on the microtask economy in crypto going forward. And I do think we have enough people to solve this problem. And thank you for your questions and concerns. It really helps us build when people can poke holes like you just did into our strategy. So thank you.
I was just messaging him too, also because I invited him in. I was letting him know also the this is not for everything, right? This is a method for one type of thing. And probably the majority of people involved who are showing their face are also like staunch advocates of privacy and anonymity as well, right? So the fact that we're willing to come on to do a particular thing doesn't mean we think everyone should have to do that for everything. So just to clear that up in case there's any confusion for the new people, we're not trying to dox everyone. I would fight very, very hard to preserve someone's right to be anonymous and private. That being said, I'm not sure I could figure out how to do an anonymous transaction myself, but I'll fight for it in case people want to.
Thank you, Lisa. And just if I can add another small point to that, you don't need to give your real name. You can come in with totally in real life credentials, except for the video of your face. And so there may be some people who are willing to do that, who are not maybe willing to give their full name.
Yes, but how do I give not my own race? You know what I mean?
No. What do you mean your own race?
Yeah, I mean, I can give a fake name. I cannot give a fake race if I'm showing my face on the webcam.
Yes, right. We're not able to factor that in this proposed implementation.
Unless you're alien, then there shouldn't be a concern. Otherwise, we are the same race. So again, I understand your concern again, because there can be countrywide problems depending on where you're from and showing you're in crypto or otherwise. That's also again why I'm a privacy and security minded person, and goes for that there needs to be other solutions. But let's say that this is for again whitelisting for a special kind of event that Alien Worlds wants to be sure only goes out to real human users. This is one implication that could make sure that only human verified users gets this airdrop, but it also excludes some people that might not want to go through this process. But again, nothing is perfect. We are all trying to build ideas and come up with the best possible way of that. And I know Jesse, I've worked with him a bit here over the last year. And so if you have other ways, other ideas, other concepts that could work instead of this way, let's have a real talk about it.
I guess my question is, why do we need to show a face? Why can't we just show a validation? I mean, when you use your phone, it doesn't send your face screen or your biometrics to anybody. It just says, yeah, this is you, and it sends a positive, yeah, it's been verified. So somebody has to look at the face and somebody has to say, yeah, this is real. But why can't the NFT be posted and said, validated? This person is a validated person. I'm not going to show you their face, but they have shown their face to a group and been validated.
Yeah, what's Dan's chat so we can all tag him with these questions?
There is a thing there, because that like signing in right now on something like Atomic Hub, they have a proof of human. You need to sign a transaction. that don't prove anything. And again, then you need to put a lot of trust into the people validating this, where when it's on chain, everyone can see that this is right, because otherwise you need to trust me, Jesse, or whoever is in that board to say that only those people are right. Here, everyone knows that those people are real.
I'm just proposing that maybe a validation authority that's trusted might be a way to do it. But then, of course, the flaw is then how do you validate the validators? But just an idea for that.
Yeah, and so anyone can join the Eden on EOS community. There is a small fee involved, but it's totally permissionless and open source. If you have the witnesses, and so it is a decentralized community. And if you show up to the election, it's totally random. And so you may be in a group, like whoever is the attacker cannot control what group they're in. And so the validator can be anyone. And you can hire contractors, like I'm going to be proposing that the bees be hired as contractors to watch these videos because they're all recorded. And so, yeah.
And then there's as we grow through the metaverse, I want Jason to talk about this in a second, because Jason's been a long-term member of the KROWN community. We've been going on these calls for about 4 years. I think Jason's made most of them, and he has some great ideas on this. So I just want to plug one thing before this, is that, you know, we're linking Wax and EOS. We have other ecosystems, Binance Chain, and I'm sure a lot of us want to grow into other blockchains. And I'm just going to put a post, and I'm not going to go into it too much, but we do have some good friends that started over an EOS DAC that a lot of us followed. The reason I got into Alien Worlds was because of Luke Stokes. The reason I got into DACs was the first EOS launch. EOS DAC presented, you know, a DAC and a DAC. And Luke's gone on to the FIO protocol by linking a really easy, readable name into you know, getting your crypto, and then you attach your Wax account, your EOS, your Bitcoin account. And I know we've had some talks that could be an integration as well to link these chains. So I see this as different levels of verification. And, you know, Jesse's at here saying, hey, this is the ultimate. All right. If you know, I'm a private guy. I don't want you to know where I am every day. I don't post when I travel around the exact minute. I need my own privacy, but I'm willing to put myself out there for this highest thing, because I am now a trusted member of the community in charge of some funds. So it's not for everyone, but we have this fractally meeting that people can show up and we get to hear them. And we link their Wax account, and we can build some trust there. We have other, and we're going to give a non-transferable badge when you come in to show what kind of ranking you received for your contributions. Other members have different NFTs, and we can also use FIO then to link this, because we're just talking about Wax, but how do we link then your Binance and other things? So there are tools that we can stage this and have different levels of verification. And we all know that these bots and these people, we want them to invite them in to help solve this problem, because they're always a step ahead of us. We're never going to solve this. And especially, this is the year of the DAC, right? Like, this is the year of the DAC. And 2 years ago, I was excited, like, oh, look, we have the new dawn of being able to go directly to artists and getting the middleman out of artists and rewarding artists. And then all of a sudden this year, oh, AI. So now AI art. So it just shows you how fast the space is moving, that we're never going to solve it 100%. But these small steps we all know are valuable. And I really commend everyone for putting their brains together. And on that, I want to, you know, Jason, I want to hear your big brain on some of your ideas here as well.
Honestly, I think that you've already identified the main thing I was going to say, which is various levels, and that there is always a trade-off between convenience and security, in that, like, you wouldn't put a non-valuable item that you regularly access behind a very intricate security system that you have to, like, undo for yourself every time you want to go make a cup of tea or something. But so they're like, when it comes to proof of personhood, it really depends on the need of like, you combine proofs. There are all kinds of cryptographic proof that can use, and biometrics are their whole own thing. And that putting a proof of personhood in front of a login is one thing, and that a person can't log in or the login itself is the proof of personhood. But then there's more to that, because after being logged in, then a person can leave it on an autopilot of some sort and have it operate on their behalf. And that's different than the Sybil attack vector. I know, because the proof of ID, what we're concerned about for our governance needs at this point is to protect against the Sybil attack vector, where if we're assuming that having even two votes to one in a governance situation is a big enough advantage that a person would try to create a false identity of a fake ID, or like the digital equivalent of that. And that, so I think that the face is too big of a reveal, perhaps, for Web3. For what I can see in it, Web3 definitions really require the control, the end user control over the option to reveal any personally identifiable aspects of themselves. Obviously, the image of your face is a personally identifiable aspect. So that's just one of the proofs that I think is sort of off the table to say that this is a Web3 login, a proof of personhood for Web3. But in the web of trust, people need to have a way of knowing each other. The way that we in Eden have known each other and like onboarded is, well, we know each other's face, and that I can't be in 2 Zoom meetings at the same time, right? So I mean, like, there's that. We've got to start to a very useful proof in a web of trust protocol, which I think is probably like the architecture that helps us get off of the dependency of state provided proofs of identity, like passports. Because the problem with identity in the world, one of the problems, the main problem already, is that there's a breach on that vector, right? There are people who have breached that, and they have either a fake identity that looks like it's provided by their government, or they don't have one provided by the government. They just don't have one. And so we need to provide one that is built on something like CAPTCHA, right? Like something like answer a skill testing question that AI can't solve, because so far AI doesn't understand sarcasm. There's a lot that AI can't do that only humans can, and that you can refresh it momentarily. But of course, you bother a person. If you give a person a CAPTCHA like every 3 minutes, it interrupts the game, and it's shit. So this is the trade-off of security versus convenience, always, once again. But I believe that hardware can really help. I think that distributing hardware can really help. It might be an expensive way around, but I'd like to explore that facet. And thank you for letting me share my thoughts just to start.
For sure.
Can I comment on something that Jason said? Thank you for your feedback. A lot of really interesting points in there, but there was one about, you mentioned Web3 versus, I guess, Web2. And I totally understand and value Web3 solutions and what we're doing here. And I think it's amazing. But 99.9% of people are still in Web2. And the culture that we see now in Web3 may not be the same in 10 years, in 20 years, as more mainstream people come into our space, and it can very much change. And so I'm very interested in building what I've heard called Web 2.5 solutions, where we go to Web 2 because that's where all the users and a lot of money is there. And if we can sprinkle on a little bit of Web 3 for them, because we have these superpowers over here in Web 3, and we can just give them a little bit, it's going to be like a vacuum, and they're all going to join. I think we need to have these hybrid type solutions. And so I totally agree with you, Jason, and JZA, that this is not necessarily of the culture of Web3. Now, Web3 is a very broad term. Maybe some people say it is, maybe some people say it's not, but I totally recognize that in some subsets of Web3, this is not the culture, but it's not necessarily what we're intending. We're not necessarily intending it to be this super like crypto enthusiast type culture, not necessarily. And
Well,
so, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. There's an expression I'm fond of. It says, there are two main reasons why people move to the city. One is to be found, and the other is to hide away, to be lost in the mass. And that's true of crypto to some extent. I think, broadly speaking, people use their cryptographic proofs to be personally identified on purpose. I'm showing my face and I know it, right? I intend to build a career on a reputation that has transparency in it, and some personally identifiable information is fine. But that's my choice. That's the point, is that that's my choice, and that crypto is very powerful for both reasons, and that it's important to provide strong pathways for both those reasons to maximize the audience appeal.
Totally. And we're super open to innovative solutions where we can authenticate people without showing their face. And again, I just want to mention again, we do have a great one. It's called Port, and it can totally be integrated into our solution, but there's trade-offs there too. But it would be awesome if someone logs into Eden and choose out of these 7 different authentication methods. That's the grander vision here. And of course, if anyone is interested or is working on ideas around authentication in a different way, I'd love to hear from you.
Awesome. I want to get back to, before we lose some people too, we can kind of circle back on authentication, but I just wanted to make sure we had a few people that dropped off that I really wanted to hear their proposals. And one was Martin of EOS Gems, that's really been engaging the Alien Worlds community and has a lot of people. And I wanted to flush out to hear, hey, you've been interested in Alien Worlds lately. What do you see as a proposal? So I just want to open it up. If someone hasn't talked, maybe in the theme that we kind of went to EOS and bridges, maybe I'll call on Stephen, because Stephen has a great project for Wax that also could be utilized for EOS that maybe some of the candidates should hear. I definitely been really excited to hear his solution on some of the issues we have with searching the blockchain. And I'm sure not everyone has heard your project. And yeah, if you can give us a little snippet of what you're up to.
Sure, thanks. So one of the things that we discovered in working on the NFT backers project, which is what this community uses for their rewards NFTs that get handed out for participation, is that the data that is representing these NFTs, so all the template data, ownership data, all that kind of stuff, because it's on chain in the way that it's on chain, especially the template attributes are all encoded, it makes it almost impossible to search through that data on chain, and you rely on the Atomic Assets APIs, the web APIs that they publish, which have over the past few years, they've grown way past their capacity, and they're not very well supported. They've got issues with them, and if you ever have any ideas for expanding them and making them more usable, it's going to fall on deaf ears because it's just not their priority to expand that. So the idea that we had is to basically ingest all of that data that would be useful from the atomic assets contract into an Elasticsearch solution. And the Elasticsearch is basically like if you could take the core of what Google does. Elasticsearch doesn't power Google. Elasticsearch is its own thing, but basically the core of what Google does, of how they index massive amounts of data and make it highly searchable, and allow analytics on that data. That's what Elasticsearch does as a platform. So by putting the data in there, basically the sky's the limit. You can look at the data however you want. And initially we were thinking just the Wax blockchain data, or the atomic assets data on Wax blockchain, because that's the primary place where most NFTs are. But it's so much bigger than that, because you could easily open it up and, you know, pull data from EOS. So let's say that I know Jesse has talked about you get issued a NFT that is saying that you have been verified as a real user, real human being. You might have an NFT on both Wax and on EOS and maybe other networks. You could, through an API through this system, you could see all that data at the same time. Sub-second, look for, here's the Wax account I'm looking for, or EOS account I'm looking for, or maybe even a public key that I'm looking for, and it could find ownership data across all those systems. And then it could go even further than atomic assets data, because really any NFT data that is out there on any platform that has data attributes with it, you could ingest that data. So, there's a notion of you can go out to Google and you can search for certain things, and you're going to find information that might be on different DApp websites, around different platforms, but there's no one has ever done like a single source search engine for the data itself. And if you can imagine having a data repository like that, and a game like Alien Worlds, or a lot of these other blockchain games or utilities that are popping up, like Jesse was talking about, where you need to search cross-chain, you need to find data cross-chain that is ultimately embedded in a blockchain someplace, right? It's not necessarily something that already shows up on a website. You could do it, and you can do it in a secure way, because that data is being fed through into the system through like Defuse, which EOS Nation has pioneered. It's all this blockchain data that is coming directly into the system. So any API calls that you do on it, you can trust. And if you don't want to trust it at that level, at least those records that you get back through that search engine, you can look and see what blockchain they came from, and you have pointers on those records to go back to the original blockchain and verify it on chain if you want. So it becomes this APIs always sound so boring, and data repositories and this kind of stuff typically sound boring. But if you can imagine having that amount of data and then being able to build games on top of it that interact maybe with other assets and other games, assets on other crypto networks, or on other blockchains, the sky's the limit. And I think with a solution like that, you are able to dream bigger. I'll put it that way, because I guarantee you, I have not thought of, even 0.5% of the ideas that are capable of doing with a system like this. But building a system like that, then, and it's this layer 2 search engine, basically, you're going to have other creatives and other developers coming up with, hey, wait, can I do this? Can I do this? Can I do this? And part of the goal of our project is to keep it community oriented, so that, right now our hands are tied with Pink GG and Atomic Assets. If you want a new feature, they're going to say, go set up your own node and do it yourself. Well, then only that project benefits from it. That's not a good solution. So if we keep this community focused, and you know, community members or new developers come in and say, hey, can we do this? And we say, as a community, no, it doesn't do that, but that's a great idea. And everybody benefits from having that new technology or that new feature added into it. It's something that the community can come together and help develop, help maintain, help expand, and really just blow the lid off everything that we thought was possible with NFTs and DAOs. So anyways, that's a short story of it.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think it's something that can really take us to the next level. We've all seen some of the constraints. So yeah, thanks for the passion, and I will be spreading that around and getting some consensus on the needs that are necessary to make that a reality. I like the dream big. You have a few people that haven't joined us before. We got Brian, JZA. If you guys have some something to add as far as proposals or what you like to see from candidates, yeah, please, please, you know, please speak up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry. Get it in. Go ahead. I'll speak second.
So basically, I have some ideas through these Twitter spaces that I've been participating on common things that might need to be addressed at some point within the community. One thing that I see that helps a lot to build community is events. There hasn't really been many events, local events or global events, but happens in one place, one city, in the EOS ecosystem. I mean, there was one once, which was the launch of Voice several years ago, but since then there hasn't really been, and there has been a lot of hackathons that meet in San Francisco or other places, but since then there hasn't really been many like global events to put developers, users, power users, block producers in one single place, so they can talk about ideas, exchange ideas, or even, you know, just express frustrations on the network. I think an event at a chain level will be great, either for EOS or WAX or Telos or all three. Now that it seems there's like a supra organization with the IBC, but to help basically address some of the issues that these chains face, and possible solutions as well. So that's one idea that I had. Well, it's not that I had, it's just that, I mean, I come from the Hive environment, and we recently just had a Hive meeting, and we talked with developers, we talked with witnesses, which is the EOS version of block producers, and whales. And yeah, it was very productive for all the parts. So I would like to see this being reproduced in EOS. And Ethereum has their own event. They have DEF CON as well. So it works for them. I didn't go to the meeting, but I know people that went, and they basically express the same thing. It's good to put a face behind an idea and be able to, you know, circulate about that common issue. So that's my idea. That's my proposal, I guess.
I'm super passionate about the same.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah, I was going to go with 1 second before you actually just saying. I don't. I'm not as active as many of you in the channels, but I've built my whole teams from in-person events. And if I get consensus with my other monkeys and other people on NERI, my proposal is that NERI is all about marketing and events, and that we rain down Trillium for the small micro meetups, and some of this has been really inspired from Eric. Eric has a long history, and I'm going to lean on him for some help to do this. He's doing this in his own creations of bringing a local artist together and creating an endpoint, a funnel towards a huge event, but starting on the micro level of small meetups, then regional meetups, in person and virtual, to a big event. And I think it's for me, it's the most rewarding to meet people like you in person over this video. But those events are huge. If anybody, I know a few of you went to the the events. There's an event right now, the Atomic event, and there was the Nifty Block event, and everyone just gets so pumped up, right? Just seeing, you can't really extract that passion and in-person vibe online as well as you can in person. So I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I'm going to do my best to rally the NERI troops to do the same and piggyback that with things like normal press releases. There was some wizard in Alien Worlds for a bit that did press releases every week that had a lot of momentum for a lot of things. So press releases, big marketing out there all around these events, right? So I just think it's, Danish talked about this as well. Maybe some of the planets funnel into that, what NERI is doing, but we don't need a lot of duplication. And I'm not the marketing manager. I'm not saying I'm the expert. I just know that that's where funds have to go, and it's needed for this whole wax space, right? So I would also urge on how do we like level up the funds. We're just thinking we have this much funds. No, I know that I can double, triple that. Let's get the wax headquarters, right? We've got a big top down kind of wax, big guys up there that we can say, hey, we can maybe take this on. And then we have the swarms of the bees that have proven themselves just to like blow up things. So a concerted efforts with people that are really passionate about marketing. I'm passionate about engaging and enabling that. I'm not going to be the person that knows how to do the press releases, but I'm the person that I'm going to try and make that money flow to make this blow up, because it's been the communities that have made this a success. We need to reward them, but let the rest of the world know how awesome this is. So yeah, I really appreciate you saying that. And Extra, I know you had a few words to say.
Yeah, I certainly agree with the sentiment. And the in-person realities of the impact of that. I guess my kind of main comment would be that, Duane, you and I have met in person many times, right? And that's how we originally met, right? Was at a block producers summit in San Francisco, right? And it wasn't just you and Max and, June and everybody else that I met, in those events, right? So I guess my comment would be that while we haven't seen that in the last 2 years due to COVID and so forth, I don't agree with JZA with that they don't exist. Because before COVID, there were lots of opportunities. Right. You could like I said, that's how Duane and I met, and that's how, June and everybody else that I've met, and Brock and a whole bunch of other people, right? Because those events did exist. And maybe it's just a matter of time frame, because I've been going to Bitcoin and crypto events since 2013. And a lot of those are tribal in nature, and so forth, and not all that welcoming, which is one of the reasons of why I thought that EOS and that community was a lot different than those kind of broad, crypto Bitcoin conventions that existed, right? And that's part of the reason of why I wanted to move. And that's why Steve and I did move, are product, if you will, our platform protocol, however you want to describe it, from from Ethereum to EOS, was exactly because it was a welcoming community, that I was able to interact with people in a different way than I did at Ethereum conferences or Bitcoin conferences or anything that I've been going to, like I said, for 10 years. So like I said, I think that maybe this is a matter of time frame and scale, and that we haven't had the opportunity, given COVID and all the things that have been going on the last 2 or 3 years, to have those interactions. But I think to frame that as those interactions and those personal interactions and relationships don't exist, I disagree with.
Yeah, we just need to bump it up. It's time to throw some gasoline on the fire, right? I want to hear from Brian, but I wanted to really ask Eric, because Eric's been doing this as well, and then I see Danish wants to say something as well. But Eric, if you
Danish
can
definitely have something to say.
Yeah, Eric has some great experience on this, and I've got a lot of insight from what you've shared with me. So I just want to get some of your insights on this as well.
Yeah, I just want an event.
Brian.
I just want an event space that we can do events in, and I want to put galleries in there. But the big thing about events is events are really good at getting people to commit to small things. Like I was telling Duane, we used to have an event that we brought 18,000 people in and took over the San Diego Convention Center and 3 hotels. And it's very difficult if you went to somebody and said, come to this event, it'll take a week away. You'll spend time. So we created a bunch of micro events leading up to the big events, because they might need to know something. So an event would be, here's the knowledge that you need to know to do this, or skills, or here's the people you meet. The second thing in events promotion, most people didn't come for the events, they came for other people. Like extra, you're going to meet Duane, you guys will hit it off, come here. So that a lot of promotion. So there's shared experiences and there's shared knowledge, and you can combine those all. And so I'm a huge fan of scheduling a big mega event than doing events and things that build up to that point where when it hits, because the whole time you're marketing for the big event, even if you're not being that explicit. So we used to have, out of that 18,000 people, we had one event with an event for 300 people. And the first thing, we had like 20 account managers that were supposed to invite everybody to that, but over 150 of those that came to that event were there for me, because the other guys just kept trying to push people to come to the event. I just started way before hooking people up, and I could have filled it with 300. I just felt guilty. Half the people were there were ones I invited. So I just think events are really good centers of gravity. They create a sense of urgency. They create a sense of connection, and they're fairly easy to market to. There's a lot of different sources you go out and market it. So, yeah, I already want to plan an event. Put it like next year, maybe next October, and then start building events. And I want to have physical representations of that too. So that's part of my interest, is taking a physical group and bringing them in. And if we can do this, we can do templates that other physical groups can do, because physical groups are small and intimate, and so they kind of already have that feeling when they go into that. So combining physical with the virtual, I think, would be really cool.
Nice. Danish, you had some comments?
Just a fast one. I will say that I feel with Jesper here, because I'm in Denmark. The first live event I've ever been to with anyone on Wax was the NFTCon. I've been here working for 2.5 years. I've been in crypto for 10. I've worked with other projects for more than 6 years now. I've never met anyone, because there's no events over here. So I'm still here, but it's sometimes definitely feel like I was left out. But I've also tried to start events, but it's hard because the Danish society don't really feel like we needed cryptocurrency before NFT became a thing. Now the gamer starts looking at it like something useful. But beforehand, our society works pretty well structured in that sense without crypto. But it's I see where he's coming from, because depending on where you're from in the world, everything is happening in the US. Basically, we are starting to breach out now, but we are 14 years into cryptocurrency. So I don't know how many of you have been here, but it's not just like meeting everyone every like 4 times a year. You can meet people. It'll take me 10 years to meet people. So yeah, just a statement on that. I really want to hear what Brian has to say, because he's been waiting really patiently here. So
I will say that we use this for global events. When we had the big events there, that was global. And we did that by doing local events all over. And the other thing is, the first events weren't come to this big event. It wasn't come to this big event about this. We started where they are. So the event were the smaller events we had were about other things that tied into the big event. But a lot of people, you know, if you have a bunch of people already and you've got it, you can have a big event and fill it. It's not a problem. But if you're looking at bringing in new people in, they're not there. They won't see the value of packing up and spending money to come to this big event. But, you know, once you get them there, they'll come back, because as long as you make the event, and on ours were so good, people from then would come back every year. So now it was just, you know, I think the first year we did it, we had 10,000. So we grew it to like 18,000, just because so many people kept coming back that we were just out to get the new people. So I would have like meetups, which were very easy to come to. It's like, come to a happy hour. Then we'd have these regional groups where people we would be sporting the local people, not us. We would say, come here, Duane, and talk about that, or Lisa, talk about that, or, you know, come meet these people. And then we would turn those into bigger events, and then we would have a huge event. So that's kind of how we did it, is we just walked people up to that. And we started where they are and realized we had 40 vertical markets. So even though we had this common interest that everybody could come to, we started with these individual interests of people doing everything from wastewater management to saving forests to figuring out where to put their retail stores.
One last comment before I turn it over to Brian. I know you have something to say. I'm going to say one sentence. There have been crypto events around the world for 10 years, right? So I don't know your local market and what that situation is, and I'm not going to speak to that because you know it better than I do. But I think this narrative that there aren't crypto events to go to, and yeah, you might need to travel somewhere. I guess I mean, maybe it's because I'm in the US, I find that difficult to comprehend. And Brian, please take it from there.
So actually, I really appreciate you guys letting me go last, because I didn't know exactly what I was going to talk about. And by the way, my handle on everything is scatterbrian. So I'm going to just give a whole jumble of thoughts out there as they come to me. But everything that you guys said is right. I love it. But when I really distill the information down and look at it, at the end of the day, this is true for anyone, everyone. People want to be entertained. We're bored. We have become dissociated. Our immune systems are bad, and we want to see each other again. No different with Web3 people or anything else. I also believe significantly in use cases. And the reason that Web3 hasn't been adopted, one, is because it's not so accessible to people unless, you know, you're of some sort of engineering interested avant-garde of technology mindset, or, you know, you're really trying to understand financial markets. And so it's not accessible to everybody. And then the use cases aren't really there yet. The entire world has lived on the SWIFT system without knowing it forever. And so blockchain is going to be the same. They don't want to know how blockchain works. They just want the world to be easier. All that being said, I think that in-person events are a great idea. But what I've heard everyone say is, it might take a while to get the right ones going. There's been a lot of success. I've been an event planner in my past. I raised money for nonprofits. Right now, I design token economies, and I have been for 5 years. It's what I've loved more than any job I've ever found. And so it's kind of what I have to do. People have paid me for it, but I've also done it without people paying me for. And I did a 10-page dissertation on the Wax blockchain. I did that because my father actually worked for Alien Worlds for about 8 months there. So I got very interested, and I went on Wax in the very beginning, figured out everything, taught him about it, and then he taught me about Alien Worlds. And so it was a fun kind of week long there of getting interested in the whole. That was my first direct participation on EOS. Now I'm actually in Eden. I was initiated right before the last vote, and so I didn't get to vote, but I really like the concept. Going back to the idea of use cases and community events, I have a plan to kind of reinvigorate a blockchain event here in Columbus. But understanding that people like to be entertained, I want to take the Eden on EOS methodology and apply it in person to a blockchain meetup group. I want to take the different applications and reward systems and try to use them in certain use cases to get people out, to get people on these chains, to reward them in coins that are being circulated, et cetera, to actually see what people respond to. And so I think that if this community and the brilliant minds here can come up with their own projects and ideas that could be tested inside these different communities, and have ways for these community events to actually have something to participate in and with, we could get a lot of marketing feedback, user feedback, see what people are actually responding to, and kind of, build that machine, test out new ideas, get users on it, reward them in coins, grow the ecosystem, grow the amount of users and the interest, and hopefully find some use cases that can actually serve a massive audience and a global audience. Those are just my initial thoughts and ideas. Like I said, they were going to be very scattered. I've only written notes, and I haven't, distilled too much yet. But I have an idea to start a local community event in Columbus, Ohio. My father, Steve, will be a part of it. We have a few others who are very deeply entrenched in the blockchain community that will be participating within it. I would like your projects, including Eden on EOS, and whatever other projects we've discussed today were too many to keep track of in my notes. I would like to actually apply those in a live event community setting and see how it works, give feedback to those communities, and in that way promote a hybrid online, offline, Web3 presence and feedback loop. I don't know what you guys think about that. I'm going to be going with it anyway. What I don't want to do is I don't want to start over and build my own community. I want to go and add value to others' community. So I'm going to use already built platforms in order to try these ideas out. Let me know what you think. It's really nice to meet everybody. I appreciate you letting me have this time. And anybody who wants to connect, just send me a direct message. I'm on most of the social medias and Telegram. Cheers.
And Brian and I have already talked about combining our templates for our art communities. And by the way, I briefed the executive director last Friday, and now he's setting up the brief for the board.
That's wonderful. Happy to hear it. Thanks, Eric.
Hey, Brian, I didn't realize that you were Steve's son, but I was guessing when you said that. But I love your dad. I had the best time talking to him when we worked together.
So highly of you, Lisa. I'm excited.
He wasn't just kidding when he's okay. No, that's one smart dude, and I imagine you got some of that too. And it sounds like you've done a lot on your.
I'm so excited to have you guys here. And the one little story I have about your dad I'll share right now is, and I just love this because it's the spirit of startups that I've always loved working with for decades. But he said he was waiting for someone to write a smart contract, and it was going to be a couple of weeks. And he just, got impatient and decided over the weekend he would teach himself how to write smart contracts and write it. And he did. So I love that story. It gives me hope in so many ways.
Yeah. I don't know whether that's when we were building a hemp marketplace or designing a smart city coin for the transportation of Columbus. But I remember specifically after 2017 when we started down this crazy digital rabbit hole that he got impatient real fast, and he's like, all right, I've been doing this since the 70s. How hard can it be?
Amazing. And that's so great. You guys get to go on this journey together. That's super special. So when you see him, give him a big hug for me and tell him to come to the calls.
Yeah, I'll make sure. I'm actually seeing him for today with some of the local guys at the Bourbon House, and we're going to be strategizing there. So I'll tell him you said hi, and we'll make
give
sure
him a big hug, big hug. Okay. And by the way, while I have, if you don't mind, Duane, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. I kind of wanted to hear, what people were saying too, but I do want to put a couple of ideas out there that might be maybe a little bit more serious or controversial. But I feel like collectively, in order to be able to take on the responsibility of the planets in a decentralized fashion in the long run, we're going to need to do some hard things that we haven't already really tackled, that we've left up to the Federation. And I think those things are going to cost a lot of money, probably more than, we would be able to get from the Trillium, and to use it for that seems a bit of a waste in some ways. But specifically, two things come to mind. One Duane touched on, but first I'll say security. I feel we have a responsibility to address potential nefarious actions through the game, and to do our very best to ensure that they're not happening. And I could talk for hours about how they happen in blockchain from what I've heard and stories I've heard and things I know, and most people will tell me cat and mouse, can't do it, etc. But you may have heard the CEO of Binance recently say, everyone can be tracked. And I know that is also controversial, but it's up to us to determine a set of guidelines and processes that we as decentralized privacy protecting people would want to follow to help make sure that people aren't being harmed by funding bad things through automation or gameplay. And so I think we have a responsibility to have some conversations about that, and possibly spend some money on, at a minimum, creating reports. We know, bots could do resilience against the game, and I'm not opposed to that, because I think we have to be able to step up and add a layer that if the centralized entity isn't, or even if they are. And so I imagine it's a bit controversial, and perhaps there's a process where we could go through some longer discussions specifically about those things. So I imagine that's going to be kind of expensive too. So the other thing is, like Duane said, marketing, right? I think we should have some collective goals determined through discussions about the growth we want to see. Do we want to see the game, planet, mining, mission, whatever? Like, what do we care about? Proposals, any metrics we want, and then design some paths to achieve those. And that also is extremely expensive. In both cases too, there's likely people in our community that we could reward for doing some of those efforts. And then there's probably some others we'd want to bring in so that we can draw even, bigger communities in, let's say, or, grow our communities is what I mean. But according to those, collective or shared goals, I guess you could say, they may not be collective. They may just be the ones that are shared. And so in order to do that, I believe we need a very large amount of cash compared to what probably we're used to dealing with. I do have a background of startups, and typically when we're starting a startup, not the earliest of the early, but very shortly after we figure out the value proposition and the business model, 5 to 10 million a year. And if you're looking at also being able to sustain in the long run, somewhat like a foundation in some aspects, it would be on the higher end of that. In other words, continuing to put back into an ecosystem and helping that ecosystem grow. So I would like to propose that we request 10 years worth of $10 million each from the Federation or their allies to support the planets, and that we collectively come up with a system of creating, not through us, but through inspiration and opportunity, thousands of DAOs to hold or accept and flow through those resources, so they're never centralized. So that obviously requires quite a bit of discussion, but it also provides a lot of other opportunities, potentially, if they're done in the right way, which would require significant amounts of discussion and learning to do that the right way. So this is an idea for within a game and for supporting security and marketing specifically, and any of the legal nature or accounting or business to support those efforts. And of course, I only mean it as it pertains to it being done legally and properly, which of course is part of the discussion. So I'm clearly not proposing that we market investments or anything like that, but request of the game creators some support in these ways with the governance of those budgets by the planetary custodians and possibly long-term candidates. So anyway, with that,
Quick
back
question,
to you.
Lisa, sorry.
Mhm.
And so the pitch or the argument would be that the ROI on that is enterprise value increasing from the Federation standpoint.
I could envision the planets looking to do things that increase the usage of the ecosystem, which many people would perceive has greater value. But in my mind, it's about supporting the players who were building layers and engagement within the game and on top of other existing technology and community layers, right?
Right.
And
So that's saying to the Federation essentially, if you give us this money, and I completely agree with what you're saying. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm
either way,
saying, like the point of them is all these planets that value goes up, right? Everybody's pocketbook gets larger.
well, actually, I don't want to say that, and I'll tell you why. I mean,
Okay.
actually, there's many reasons I think I don't want to say that. For one, it's promising an investment return. So I would say no, you're going to totally blow the money.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, that's fine with me. Hey, blow the money, fine with me. I'm just trying to. I was trying to make that the counter argument to a degree, right? Is that like, okay, you want 10 million a year?
No, I don't
What do
want.
I get for my 10 million a year?
What I don't want it. What I believe the shared goal is, and this we can obviously, hopefully, open a discussion among everyone, including the Federation, is to decentralize the game, right? And so, how does a community learn to decentralize the game? Well, right now, there's like, how do we learn DAOs and how do we learn to govern the resources that are provided, and how are we going to use that? Like, are we going to burn out our planets? Or are we going to, like, there's so many different strategies, right? And those could, I mean, it could be all day long discussions, right? But in addition to that, there's also like a business side of the game, which exists within Ducoco currently. And if the game is going to be decentralized over time, whatever time period that is, that has to be learned how to handle by the community. And so right now, not knowing the details, of course, but obviously Dakoko has a lot of staff, and that certainly can't be inexpensive. And so if in the future we're going to have to learn to support people through proposals and be prepared, like what happens if it was literally decentralized now, right? Like a lot of people are doing a lot of things to keep that game running, right? And so there might be arguments about which things are needed or not, but for the most part, we would have to support that, or people would have to do that for free, which I don't think we want to plan for. We want a volunteer layer to be optional, right? And
Well,
so,
no, like I said, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'll kind of like, and Jason, I'll turn it over to you because I know you're gonna hand up in here in a second.
oh, sorry, I couldn't hear. Yeah.
I guess, you know, my immediate kind of response was like, and to your point, like, don't do this the wrong way, but like, fuck the Coco. Like, I don't give a fuck about them making money or them being successful or any of those sort of things. Like, I'm not invested in that necessarily, right?
Oh, they're good at figuring that out. They'll be all right. Don't
Oh yeah,
worry
no,
about
no,
that.
I'm not worried.
They're
Oh no,
really
they're
good at
fine. Oh
figuring
no,
that
fuck
out.
them. Like, I don't like,
Yeah.
excuse my language, but
No, they did. Look, no, they created this massive opportunity for us, and they figured out a lot of things. So I don't have any doubt they're going to figure out how to make, you know, good for all aspects of it, right? And so, you know, there's some discussion about should they be doing the satellites, or should they this or that? And I'm like, okay, you could look at that, and you can look at all these different ways of that. I don't even understand it entirely. But to me, I'm like, that almost is the wrong discussion. But I'm glad there are moral leaders who are saying, wait, this is what we planned. Why did you change it? How come we don't know? And that's great. And I support that dialogue. But at the same time, I'm going, wait a minute, the people, right? And the people who are working at Alien Worlds mostly came from our communities, right? And so it's like somewhat our responsibility, if we're going to decentralize, to consider, right? And they're very busy working. They're not thinking about this necessarily, right? And so it's almost like when we're going to welcome them all home, right? What are we going to do? And so, but in addition to other things, and most urgently, you know, I think there's quite a bit of I'll put it in the issue of security challenges, not with the game and the software, but with people in not our necessarily, but related communities that could potentially, you know, take advantage of opportunities. And so I feel a sense that we need to address that and make sure we're stabilized. And then if we want to welcome new players, then, you know, we'll be more comfortable to do that and know we can grow and scale and have a way for people to be welcomed, and, you know, all these good things, you know, like Danish is doing.
So I actually had a response prepared to Brian to follow up on Meetup and like building out the network effect of all of this. But I think that maybe we can identify some of the issues that Lisa brought up too, because that takes us back to Alien Worlds, which is an important starting place. I mean, it is the main reason we're starting from today. But I joined with NPS Electric, and so that maybe I could share a screen and show some examples, because there's an onboarding effort underway for the Quadriga initiative, which aims to raise no less than $200 million US, probably more ambitious than that in the long run, in the recovery effort for scams in the industry. And so I'm putting my foot forward to too far forward, perhaps, just to say that in one go, that's the ambition. But I can show the token economics model that the Quadriga initiative has come up with, and the DAC governance model, and they have not yet chosen a blockchain. I've been a very soft sell for them in terms of entertaining all options. It's been my intention to bring them to Wax or to bring them to EOS, just because I think that's the best fit. I guess I can share screen. There we go. They have compiled case studies so they have a swarm effect. They need more people to contribute to the industry watchdog reports that they generate. So far, there are more than 500 case studies of exchange breaches and security failures with losses of funds, like smart contract rigidity problems and all that stuff. And we just want to complete the list, and we want to make this a better qualified list. And this is sort of our ecosystem service. And so this diagram explains the whole Quadriga Initiative token economics model. It's on the website, it's on Reddit, it's been around for a while, but the idea is that we promote a leaderboard of businesses that redeem coupons, that like, there's a whole coupon economy. There's a whole like stable coin application of businesses that want to offer partial payment in crypto, in their crypto. Like there's promotional use of currency, like a local alternative currency. So we can find a win-win. The idea in crypto, in the most broad sense, the idea in crypto works because of the alignment of human interests pursuing their own best interests. Everybody is doing the thing. Everyone involved in the network sort of wants the network to continue in the way that it is, so they sustain it. And that businesses that are offering discounts to promote themselves, to increase their level on a leaderboard where there's an audience, where there's traction in the way of people going to play a video game. And on the way to the video game, you stop by the place where there's the leaderboard of who's sponsoring the whole thing. They do that. There are ways to do that. And that that's the general premise of it. What else was I going to show? Oh yeah, the governance diagram. So the smart contract logic, this is just proposed. This is just soft copy. I see a direct message from Brian. I'll follow up with you for sure. But this is a way to assign a council of 5, if you can see where I'm scrolling, of full-time or professional level people who signed a commitment to the project. That so far we've found that most networks revolve around a circle about this tight. There's a core group that really drives the whole engine, but that they have to be able to surrender a certain amount of control to their audience, so that their audience has a handle and it is functionally decentralized, and that this council of 5 does not become a dependency, that each of this council can be replaced both technically and in all ways, right? By the community or by each other. And so we have all these thresholds of the community consensus of 25%, of 50%, of 66%. This could be 2/3 plus 1, all the same, or 75%. And these are flexible parameters because, again, soft copy, right? These collectivized community votes turn into one vote of a multi-sig. And so this 6 of 9 multi-sig can change the addresses of the 4 of 7, change the members of the 4 of 7. And it's the 4 of 7 that really executes all of the transactions, like any distribution that needs to happen, any updates or whatever needs to happen, minting of tokens, NFTs or something, authentication of new users. This 4 of 7 is what controls that to the overall data contract, which is the distribution of the token and such. So I thought that this was a very good start to a way that a meetup that has a core starting group of like hosts can delegate some autonomy to their audience by giving them like voting blocks together as a collective. That if they have a 75%, if the whole community agrees to the extent of 75%, that they can do a fair amount with that. And so, yeah, I thought I'll stop the share here, but oh, about the game. I wanted to ask, in Alien Worlds, how do you win? What's the object of the game? How do you win Alien Worlds? And yeah, with that answer, we'll begin our pathway to saying exactly how it's not a security. But it's important to note that if there's an investment and that the whole logic of the investment is that straightforwardly it will go up in value, that's bad logic. There has to be a better way to win than that.
Can I do how do we win?
It looks like Lisa's apoplectic about answering that question. So let's turn it over to her.
I've been thinking a lot about this the past couple of years. We are on the advent. If you look at the population clock, whatever they call it, the world population clock, we are at 7.9 something billion. And I'm absolutely sure it's wrong, but it's close to 11 billion, I mean 11, it's close to 8 billion, right? I guess it'll be 11 billion soon, but it's close to 8 billion. They say, actually, I think after 11, maybe we can't hold life on Earth. I don't believe it. But anyway, at 8 billion people, and we know, I mean, if people in the United States don't have enough, imagine around the world, right? And some things are more expensive, whatever, it's all relative. But people should have enough to eat and to sleep and to be comfortable and to be safe and not have to be scared and stressed and be able to rest when they're sick and all these good things, right? So let's call that someone having enough, okay? So enough people need to have enough. I'm guessing it's like 5 or 6 billion people need to have enough, the others get taken care of. Maybe it's 2, right? But I look at it kind of like Alien Worlds has 8 million player accounts. Now, granted, we all know a lot of those are bots, but still there's a lot of humans in there too. So, and there's, what is it, from 8 million into 8 billion, you can see there's some X's that, what is it, 4 or something like that, X's, you know, that you have to jump 10X. And so I think the way you win is you get people systems that allow when they play, they get enough, right? And so we've done that with mining, we've done that with staking, and now we're doing it with DAO proposals, which is a type of work, and we have to look to set it up properly, whatever that is, right? Or it's probably many types of work. There's probably some tipping, there's probably some work, there's probably some volunteer, like we got to understand all of that. But if we can do that in the, like, let's first get it to 8 million humans and then, like, you know what I mean? And then figure out how, because every 10X, there seems, a wise man once told me, and I found it to be true at several businesses, there's a different strategy you want to employ for every 10X. And so if we can figure out, like, okay, let's stabilize how we're going to do things. Now let's grow and get people enough, and then grow and get people enough, right? And all the systems required to make that work well and properly.
I have one thing for Brian before he leaves. Hey, Brian and Jason, that little consortium form that we put up for Wax, you know, I'm going to fight as hard as I can to release funds with Eric's help and everyone's help for these micro events. And I think that Wax consortium would be a way for the rest of the community to see, oh, wow, someone put in a proposal, we upvote it, and there's a path, just so it's transparent, it's not behind the scenes, it's not, oh, I know Jason and Brian and this, that, and the other. That would be the micro way to lead up to what Eric said, the funnel to a bigger event, and for Danish, all these things. So I appreciate what Extra has said, that a lot of us had the ability to be in a lot of places, but we've heard that that's not always the case. And you know, Dave's saying, hey, I'm not always the leader to do this, but piggybacking on current groups to start building that event machine, and to then back it with the bees and other things to promote it and press releases, I can see a way of building this all. So I think maybe that's just a mechanism that we can, I can get consensus with the other leaders of a planet to say, hey, let's start small. Let's empower these smaller groups. So I'll just post it again if you don't have it, but we're going to, it's not up right now. Give us like a week or a couple days to have that so we can put in proposals, and that'll be a signal to the community, and we can kind of even sub-focus that even beyond the planet and saying, hey, here's the marketing group. It doesn't just need to be NERI, other planets might contribute. But Jason, you've been doing a meetup forever. That should be supported. And yeah, so I just wanted to leave you with that. Sorry to cut you off a little bit, Lisa, but before you went, I just wanted to make sure that was on tape to say, hey, this is what we should be doing. So
I will also I'll also put in that there's a loop back between events and content.
Can I real quick?
Content curation that feed back to part of your marketing. So marketing is built in and content is part of that.
Hey, Duane. So I love what you said. Just to follow up with it and give us a result to go for it, I'd like to meet with you and understand what a good process and basically what an onboarding event would look like for every single community around the globe to basically be able to do the same thing with the Wax Consortium. So let's talk about that and how we would make that a repeatable process for every community that wants to do it. I've got to go.
Perfect.
And I think, let's see, do we have each other on Telegram yet?
I just sent you. Yeah.
Ask me for anything who you need, I'll send it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Lisa. Cool. Then I will continue to connect with everybody. Thank you so much, and we'll talk soon. Eric, always a pleasure. I can't wait to see you Monday or one of these Mondays soon here. And Lisa, you and I will connect and keep going with all this too.
Great.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks so much, Brian.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Lisa, I wanted to continue. I just put the More Equal Animal book on there. I wholeheartedly agree that my biggest fear for the world is that we do not become independent, that we look to the state to give us that handout. And what are we creating here? An alternative system that the state is not serving us. It doesn't matter what your political views are, the system's broken. And I don't have any animosity or going to say these people were bad. We are the reason why it's there. So if we all just become complacent and think that, oh, the world's going to be ruined, the rich are taking over, they're dropping all the markets just to buy it up very cheap, and the rest of us aren't going to have nothing. But don't worry, they're going to print some more of their shit coin that, no worry, I'll just get some of your bad tokenomic coin to survive while the system keeps on going. So that is the hope for this DAO system. And it's way bigger than Alien Worlds because we want to fractal it out to all these other communities. And I hope that we can spread the mission of us just networking in these events for me to just rain down money on people for coming to consensus. Because yes, we've talked about games, we've talked about marketing, we've talked about our passions, but what do we have to do at the end of the day is come to some sort of agreement, take one step of responsibility to say, yes, this was a consensus of whatever. It can be whatever. And I know that's just my little passion in governance, but I need to see, for me to keep going and being excited, we need to make this good governance fun. And it's just not, oh, well, the government, let's just give a proxy. We don't care that things are happening. We need public goods. I want to see my trillium being used to, what's something that I do every day that I need that, is a public need? Oh, food. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see that I don't have these systems that are too big, or they're too big, they're crumbling, they're supply chains that are breaking, that are not serving us. And this is a human right and need, and I really fucking enjoy it. So I want to see trillium for food. You know what I mean? Just simple things that we should not be stressed about to come to the end of the month. Do I have to go work as a slave in a slave system? I guess another way of seeing it, let's put ourselves, 100 years out, or 20, where are we in the metaverse, 2055 or 20 something, and look back. And, right now we look back in history and say, wow, slavery, that was bad. in alien worlds, if we look back on Earth right now, we'd say this is slavery, us working for these fundamental rights that we should be all empowered. So I want to empower everyone to do what's meaningful. And your meaningful things might be just ridiculous. You're meaningful, this woman just raking the leaves off her yard that makes it meaningful, and that's what she wants to like feel good about. Great. And well, you know, I'm passionate about agriculture and food, but I want to develop those systems that those are the systems. There's enough. I don't need an AI to predict what I'm going to eat for the next year. So this should be just in such a really system that's embedded in our normal life that we're feeding into, pardon the pun. But anyways, other mechanisms that we can use our collective growth to take over these systems is just that. We just need to come to a consensus, agree on something that we're not, that our voice and our vote and our consensus will change the world. Because right now we feel that what we're doing, our little steps, are not important because someone else is in control. So once we realize that we're in control, great. So hopefully we can embody that and develop these use cases to do that. And if we have to fit in to the current systems of legalese, if we're all scared that a token's going to rise and we're going to tell people it's going to rise, well, let's just set up the mechanisms to have a security over here and the right mechanisms to have a whole bunch of shared assets that's going to rise. And then we can say, hey, this fund, like hedge funds that are, you know, ruling the world, has a rate of return that goes back into the ecosystem. So let's not stop being afraid of these things that are like saying, oh, well, the token price rising is just not going to be the only thing. Yes, it's not, but we need to follow what the world has used with their money they can just print forever. We have a system of a confined amount and enthusiasm. We can definitely do this. So if we have that as a marketing pitch on these small groups, we should be able to do meetups on a lot of different interests and just not a play to earn or, you know, what have you. So that's my rant for the morning. Thanks for listening.
Love it. Who got the soapbox out?
Awesome fire.
Go ahead and get the soapbox out. Everyone's it's healthy competition. More to that point, it's not antagonistic. It's not that it's broken. I haven't given up on my nation or my province or my city. None of them. I haven't given up on any of them. I see a lot of room for improvement, and I see a pathway to healthy competition. I think of Bitcoin that way. The financial system, we need it. I studied it. I've worked in it. Right? There's room for not broken. It is broken, but it isn't broken. We don't have, you can't just be like, yeah, fuck it. We're not, fuck that. It's got a flaw. Right? Fuck that. We're not doing that. We're saying
we still need the ATMs. We just got the ATMs put in.
We're going to build on it. We're going to use it. We're going to be an ecosystem with it. Right? They can't kill it. We can't kill them. They can't kill us. We're in the ecosystem providing a healthy competition, and that the banks have been better ever since Bitcoin. The banks have been forced to be better ever since Bitcoin. Bitcoin has placed pressure on both governments and banks and more to perform differently just due to the nature of its existence as a competitor. And that I view us that way. And that I'm still not quite clear exactly how to win Alien Worlds, but to have an audience there, we know that there's an attention economy, that any vector of mass attention is itself valuable. It's a self-explanatory, I don't know what, I forgot the word. Self-evident artifact of value to have mass attention on anything, and happiness too. I think that people finding satisfaction with their life is the network effect, and that people get dopamine by going on social media and thinking about and learning about good things, whatever stirs them up, like a humanitarian cause, or like something that is for the stewardship of wildlife or animals or pets, or something that, I don't know what, feels regenerative in some way to them, or is spiritual in some way. They just go on the internet and use the internet to bring their mind there, to help bring their mind that experience that brings them joy. And usually it's benevolent. Actually, there's a pretty strong conclusion in the domain of social sciences that say, if you want to use money to become happy, the most effective thing you can do is spend it on good things for people and earn a community and their gratitude. Be surrounded by a web of gratitude and have a pattern of benevolence. And that's what will actually allow you to not have a heart attack like through to age 100, right? You'll get longevity, you'll get satisfaction. And that other types of uses of money, when people try to use money, they're saying, money doesn't buy happiness, or be unhappy on jet skis or something. But that is still not that satisfying. It's still not that satisfying. And that when I think about the Quadriga initiative, I think about the industry of cryptocurrency and how, in some perspective, the entire thing is construed as one big scam. And then within it, there's like a hologram of scam after scam after scam after scam. And I wonder how tight it can get whittled down before even the biggest exchanges and the total pillars of this whole industry hollow out, just like we know the banks can do. And that the Quadriga initiative has a healing power for this industry. And it will be very satisfying to the participants in that way. The same way I'm talking about, like I believe it has the power to make its participants very happy and very satisfied at the thing that they've built together for the industry to deal with so many vulnerabilities out there. The exchanges practicing fractional finance, the exchanges that we all depend on do not keep a 1-to-1 ratio of the inventory of the right tokens. What they do is they keep debt serviceability that allows them to purchase the equal amount moment to moment. But what they don't count on, or what they're not planning for the contingency of, is the possibility that something will happen in the industry where the real supply of tokens will not be available, and the price will go inordinately out of line, and they will not be able to honor withdrawals. And they're going to get stuck. It can happen pretty easily, without warning. And unless they're keeping their tokens 1-to-1, token for token in the correct inventory, those exchanges are too risky. And the Quadriga initiative has proof of reserves method that uses a blockchain utility on chain for a participatory audit, where the participants, the clients who are placing deposits on the exchange, they are the ones who drive the auditing process. And that the auditing process happens on the blockchain so that everyone can see their tokens are accounted for, and that the exchange is operating full reserves, 100% reserves. That's the healing energy. That's where the industry started. That's why traditional finance is vulnerable. That's why traditional finance needs healthy competition. And so they haven't even chosen a blockchain yet. There's this gem of a project floating around out there. They've stumbled upon my meetup. We meet every Thursday night on Zoom. We're having a meetup tonight. There are 20,000 stakeholders in Canada who lost a collection of $200 million in the Quadriga scam. And it's so flagrant, and it has fingers that reaches globally because other nations are involved, and it reaches institutionally because the justice system is concerned. And broader than that, the appeal, like the idea for the leaderboard is something that we want to be part of a network of networks for, right? So yeah.
I want to respond, but I forgot two really big announcements. Got a birthday boy in the house. Happy birthday, Danish. And Extra's birthday was 2 days ago. So we got two birthday celebrations. So we'll have to send you guys some NFT love. Jason, you've been working with that group for a while, and it sounds like the opportunity is right there. So that's super exciting.
Yeah, I have. They have been around for a long time. they've taken splintered form because there are so many stakeholders. Many people have written it off and they say, don't even talk about it. It's just a painful artifact of the past that I've buried it, I've repressed it. I don't want to ever think about it. It's just, that's the industry. That's the tuition. The tuition in the industry is you get wrecked occasionally at first. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. There's, like, I believe in change. I have a theory of change that I follow, and I've seen it work before, and I've seen change happen fairly rapidly at times, right? And I think some people would point to the past 2 years and say things change fast. Yeah. So, I mean, the thing about the Quadriga initiative is they've proven to me that have you guys seen the movie Fight Club, where the person is forced to stand outside the door with no encouragement for like 3 days and no nourishment, just stand there and prove their commitment? The Quadriga initiative has done that, in my view. They've got no financing. They've got no institutional support. They've got no reason to believe their plan will work at this point, except that they've just got this will to persevere, and that I think they'll get through the change. They'll get through the next phase of the change, and the industry will come around and be like, oh yeah, that's what we needed. And the floodgate will just open when it's time. And maybe it would have been time already if they had chosen a blockchain and launched a token. Sometimes I try to persuade him that he's being too cautious. Try to persuade them that they're being too cautious and that they should just have a token. They should just do it. But they are being very prudent with their preparation. They're really looking for feedback and making sure that they've got every aspect forethought. So it's been great to work with. I've learned a tremendous amount from them. Frustrating though. It's frustrating to be this slow. So slow is good. What EOS doesn't realize, I feel, is that slow has a strength. We should do another ICO. We should call it EOS slow. We should do a Dutch auction. We should raise an ICO on pure hype and let people have a secondary market to offset its ICO. And we should raise a ridiculous amount of money again, just like they did, just like Block One did. And we should honestly just rubber stamp and replicate the exact thing that Block One did, legally speaking. And just accept, we'll add a twist, and we'll add a version of EOS that is slow, like more like Bitcoin. We'll see what happens. I'm willing to go in as a group with that.
How do we mesh that into, like, would that be an existing? I guess it's all about community. Yeah, that's my mind's still in DAO land, so it's hard for me to wrap my head around it. I'm my mind's in like next steps of legalese of DAOs, so it's hard for me to bridge that right now.
We need to talk to all the governments. So we're going to do a year-long ICO. And as we talk to all the governments, we'll be issuing reports to the community. We're going to hype cycle this shit to the tits. Like every day, new updates on exactly what the project is doing. And if there's a DEX listing somewhere for the product of today's round, then so be it. And just let the chips fall where they may. Because honestly, what's the worst? The worst that can happen actually is probably financial penalties. As long as we're willing to play ball nice on financial penalties. And if we play it careful, Block One paved the way. Then the Dutch auction is brilliant. The year-long Dutch auction, that's special, okay? Because you get your own special cycle happening with that.
It's interesting. I guess how I can cross that over is I have some predictions for Alien Worlds on that blockchain level. Now with higher, faster finality between the Antelope chains and with IBC, having all these transactions being pushed, I know a little bit as being a block producer at one point, of just these transactions on chain on Wax is causing some constraints, obviously. And I can just see that, I'll weave this into where you're thinking, Jason, is that we can have our own side chains. So Wax would really want to be the settlement token, but they wouldn't have to be. You know, I'm sure this is even happening in the background at Alien Worlds, is that they could start their own whole chain. The side chain's nice because if you were a Wax fanatic, you can just push Alien Worlds, all its transactions on its own chain and then settle up to Wax. But seeing how big of an ecosystem this is, I'm kind of seeing that, you know, Trillium and Alien Worlds would be its own chain, and then have our own side chains for each one of these games that comes on. Like if we have different things that need to do all these transactions like mining games, there's definitely something there. So I guess you know, we all know the branding up to now and the sentiment out in the marketplace for EOS might be hard for people to say, oh, dude, go to EOS or do this, but you don't have to anymore. There was, I'm not sure if you guys saw, but there's a new chain, and it's from the Brock Pierce group of guys that just made an Antelope chain that does nothing more than Bitcoin and USDT. So it's just a chain to do that well. So wrapped Bitcoin, wrapped Bitcoin, I guess. And I'll see if I can find the link. But I'm just saying the opportunity to start with something new on different chains. I'm sure there's awesome chains out there. I don't know a lot about everything else except Antelope, but that, yeah, you could spin something up right now, and that the marketing and the backing of people working together in these chains is there. So it would be a easier argument to say, why come over to an Antelope chain and just make your own, right? So yeah, there's some opportunities there for sure. I'm sure just in this Wax and game space, we'll see. Well, I don't see a way for new games. Like say if we had the all-star game come over to Wax and, you know, leave Alien Worlds out of it for a second, they would want a side chain. You know what I mean? We you know, it's not talked about. It's not the right thing to say. You know, they think we can just grow. But I think the new world would be these, you know, new games having their own side chain off of Wax, or games that are big enough like Alien Worlds having their own chain. And hopefully this is this would be like the game to do quick transactions and stuff. I'm not discounting the need to bridge to the existing communities of, you know, blockchains that already exist, but yeah, Danish.
I just got an idea here because of the update to the Antelope system makes it so we can cross-chain tokens. So all we really need to make this system great is exchange chain on Antelope. Bridging, instead of having the exchanges divided out, so this chain needs to be on the EOS exchange or the Wax exchange, because that game has its, or that chain has its token, that token is now connected to the chain to just do one thing, swap market to, and then deliver it back to the other market's liquidity. So yeah, just a fast thing there, but that's kind of what we need if we are bridging out like that.
Yeah, and then using the ENFs, you know, every kind of bridge up to now gets hacked for millions of dollars. Seeing their yield program, if you guys aren't aware, the EOS has done this recovery plus. So if you're one of these exchanges that's getting EOS right from the chain to give you a nice rate of return, they have to go through yield plus that has kind of a, not preventative, but a way to recover hacked funds. But the rate of return you can get on some of these DeFi and different exchanges for this next year is large. Like it's not going to be like that all the time. Every time there's a new liquidity pool. So right now, you know, talking about yields and stuff, if there is finally a way for EOS holders to get a rate of return, and why I'm mentioning that is that can be utilized because of this cross chain for any Wax token. So yeah, I agree that whole liquidity is, you know, everyone's so shy of talking about price increases, but it's, you know, it is part of the, you know, it's not winning the game, Jason, but it's part of it. It's definitely part of it, right? It's part of, you know, that enthusiasm and excitement, whether right or wrong, you know, to engage other people. Things are measured in those values. There's, leaderboards and all that type of thing that draw attention. And having that cross liquidity, it's low-hanging fruit right in front of us for sure. This Liber.org, I believe, let me just bring that up. I think that's the right site. But some of these devs are pretty smart. They were like the core guys in some things, and I just it'll be interesting to see. So that's built on EOS, and yeah, you guys look it up. I just found it yesterday. So but there's something launching there right away. So just to talk about the opportunities, Jason, right? It's just not limited. You don't have to talk about EOS or the things. You can talk about the fundamental base layer of all the different things you can use, and this being one case. It's like, oh, USDT and BTC, you don't see EOS show up there. You know what I mean? It's just interesting what we can build on Antelope.
I think it's worth a shot. What's the acronym for Antelope going to be?
Which story?
What's the 3-letter ticker symbol for Antelope?
No, that's just, it's EOS is still EOS and Wax is still Wax. That's just, instead of having it EOS.io software, it's now Antelope software, and their releases are Leap. You know what I mean? So it's kind of that old way of naming convention after animals. Like, I think they nailed the branding there of trying to unite the chains and bring people to the space. So and they have a whole coalition of, like, for the first time ever, Telos, Wax, all these people actually working together to figure out what's the most important thing to them. Wax's most important thing is, like, we're at maximum RAM. Like, they need to do some things to scale, because there's so many transactions. It's stressing out the actual hardware that block producers produce, and stressing out that, long story, but the bottom line is that's more of the that was the EOS independence of taking away the code base away from block one, expanding it to the community, now expanding it, and they rebranded that. And there was talk about rebranding EOS, but it's not logical. It's right in the code, it's in the ticker. It's not going to happen. It's more about the new EOS and the new narrative. It wouldn't be an advantage to try and change all of the embedded stuff. But just even look at block producers or companies, everyone has that EOS embedded into it. So instead, it was the base software that goes across all the chains that's rebranded as Antelope.
Okay, that's
a
clear.
real migration. Sorry.
No, go.
We've just happened with the Ethereum. Ethereum called what they did a migration update. But as we know here, if you don't have consensus, you can't do a migration. You need to do a fork. And that was what happened on Ethereum, but everyone neglected it because they didn't get consensus to do that upgrade. And you can look the chain history. It's really clear that everything got duplicated, but OpenSea and all exchanges just said, nope, this fork never existed. We never done that before. We didn't do that with the Bitcoin Cash or Bitcoin APC or Bitcoin Gold or Diamond or whatever. We even have a Ethereum Classic because they couldn't get consensus. But everyone in the EOS community was pretty damn in agreement upon that Block 1 shouldn't be in control of our GitHub because they didn't apply updates and allow our proposals to come through when we are pushing them, or when somebody is. It takes months on months and months. So community decide, let's fork it over to another GitHub and make sure that everyone uses that GitHub instead. And now Block 1 don't have control. And the same thing is kind of like might be needed with Wax eventually, depending on how Wax lead is gonna continue their stuff. But that's the wonderful thing. The only thing we now need to continue thinking about is that GitHub is owned by Microsoft, so we might need to find something else to host our code on, or host it multiple places and make sure it auto updates, right, so it's the same.
Yeah.
But
it's called Git.
Yeah.
Git web. I have I found a similar situation with Steemit and Hive. I don't know if people are Remember that? But
Oh, yeah.
Trusted Son tried to buy all the witnesses with Binance money, and yeah, it was a very interesting situation. And it hits closer to home because, well, it was developed by Dan Larimer, and it has a DPoS model, which is the same model that EOS shares and structure somewhat. So I guess, yeah, we've been there before.
Yeah.
And I guess we could be living this again.
Yeah. Yeah. I was right around some of the main witnesses when that news came down. I was in Puerto Rico around and like seeing the big discussions and, you know, advisors asking and what should we do? And yeah, it was handled. The community did it exactly right. It was, yeah, but it was a stressful time. It was a contentious time for sure. But yeah, the community, you know, did it right, took over. So once again, you know what I mean? These communities that how many communities can we say that are really community led as far as blockchains, right? So it's pretty novel, and that is one difference in Wax, right? It's community driven. I would say it's been only the community that's driven it, and definitely, you know, the hierarchy has brought in some brand names, but really I don't know all the metrics, but I know the spirit has always been led by the community, and that's the only reason we're here. So it's interesting too now that we're in the same boat with Alien Worlds, right? So now we're on that first small step, that first small path of you know, community led. And saying that, I have kind of a technical legal question that I'm not sure if there's an answer to, but I finally was able to download the terms. I found like the website where the terms, user terms are downloadable. So now I can read them without my glasses, without reading glasses. But does it make sense? I guess this is to JR and to Danish, for us to like set up our own multi-sigs with the 5 people that we're on the planet with, and get the funds into that multi-sig so that we have a level of protection and then send them out from there. It was just one thought on how we do that. And I've just kind of seen some chats of, you know, people smarter than me saying, you know, that's how they're going to do it. I guess the sake in that would be the transparency of then a secondary level. Like I would, if I did that, I guess I'd be using this Wax consortium or something to like show where we sent the money after that. But just seeing if there's that next level of, yeah, anyways, just open question if that seems to be the right path of next steps. Yeah, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Definitely. It's a huge security measure. Even though I trust the most of the people I've seen getting elected for the different planets so far, and have seen them done good in the space, there is a human greed factor in everyone, and when the price is too high, many people suddenly get a certain kind of greed. So I think it's really, oh, my camera died. But I think it's a really important thing that we have this kind of security, and we have this function on EOS and Wax, so we should definitely use it, because then it's not only up to me, only up to JR, only up to Anyobservation, only up to, it's up to all of us, or at least like 3 to 5 or 4 to 5, whatever. I think a 3 to 5 is probably reasonable, but still not the most secure. But then there also brings up some other things that if we are the only ones with that kind of connection, now me and Anyobservation cannot go to the same live event anymore because of a security measure.
Yeah,
so there are some things we need
then
to
there's
definitely
the
work on.
advisors too. Like we could do, if we sent it to a multi-sig, you know, I could maybe rally and say, who are the other trusted people? Would it be people that came in? I'm just seeing how to expand that multi-sig, you know what I mean? There's 5 of us that were elected, but you know, over time, what processes do we expand that? Is it other candidates that almost got in? Is it something like this Eden election or fractally process that we bring in other community members that keep us on it? Like who are their trusted people? And then I guess even starting, You know what I mean? We're right now all with WAM accounts on, on the main interface. If I sent up a multi-sig, that's going to be a custodian account. So, how do I even get in touch with the monkeys? How do I validate, that I'm not being man in the middle attacked by giving me a wrong account? You know what I mean? All the security issues. I guess the bottom line is that we should all get together and when one of those chats that Lisa set up, kind of the main one, that we kind of have some best operating procedures and management practices between us. That, I'm just one voice. So like I know there's like people that are way more, have done this a lot with like pools of funds and have a lot more experience. I've been part of a lot of DACs since the beginning, and I just know that there's trade-offs as well, that bringing people in that just leave, then all of a sudden you can't pass proposals because you don't have enough people. So a lot to discuss. I'm sure we'll kind of flesh out a lot in the next little while. But
kind of like the blue paper or that little test we saw right before that. Again, because we have this weekly or so votes that they will change who is in position. If that can be done by the system, and those accounts are the accounts that we are voting with, even though that I still to this day have one big irritation about Alien Walls, that I can't use my Anchor wallet for the gaming. Because
I know
there we have a thing I could say, my wallet is DanishCrypto, and it seems right because I'm DanishCrypto, but I'm playing with my cloud wallet. So now we have but yeah, that's some things. But yeah, I would love to see that, and then move all my candidateship to DanishCrypto just to prove that kind of security that yes, that is me.
Yeah.
And then even set that up with a multi-sig for myself, just because then I'm also handling funds with that account. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exciting times.
So I feel as though there's an important note that Danish mentioned just now, that there's a human greed factor, that a person who doesn't expect that they would falter or fail on a corruption test, like, I'm an innocent person, I have ethics, right? I'll do the right thing. I trust myself like that. What a person needs to know about themselves is what is like the theme of Lord of the Rings, is that at a certain level, power corrupts people who are initially innocent. People who are born innocent become corrupted at some point in their life. That's an aspect of change in reality. And that it's important for us to design a system that takes all of the lessons of the industry about placing that greed vector in a way that is stable, that the thing exists, okay, shiny object in the distance exists, and that all parties, I mean all who can observe it, appreciate that, and that there's an alignment of interests for that, and that they are being greedy by supporting that. They won't. That's the idea. Maybe that's impossible. Maybe there is no such thing, but I disagree with that. I think truth is that thing. I think that reliability on information, on an oracle, like let's say the web of information on the day, that I want to check the weather somewhere, and I want to make sure that the source I'm reading on what the weather forecast says is a good one. I'm using an innocent example, but that reliability for the accuracy of information is maybe the one thing that is the shiny object in a distance that everybody says we all have to build that together. And I'm being greedy by saying my own greed aligns with the interest of make all of the oracles good, find the right game theory to make the information reliable for the net, for the internet. There are probably other things where you find big network effects, maybe not to the point of 100%, but big. And that the technology of money, the qualities for the technology of money, the competition for like Gresham's law, in the digital age. Gresham's law has never had a better test. Never, ever, and never will again, I doubt it. And that's healthy. We just got to embrace that. And well, you got to let failures die too. But I feel as though fractally, Block One had put forward this idea for a new ICO, for a new blockchain, for a particular utility, for a governance purpose. And I must say, at this point, now I've been appetized. It's like when somebody says to you, come to the banquet, there's going to be your favorite treat. Like it's going to be, I don't know what, get some food in mind that you like. And then you go there, but that's not being served. It's been switched. So you don't get to satisfy your craving for that particular thing. I really feel as though we need a shot in the arm because the best performing token in our ecosystem is not even in the top 50. Right. So as much as the environment is not fitted for a new ICO, for a new blockchain, and that's why Fractally hit the brakes for a bit, I think we should go to that drawing board. We should look for the greatest common denominator amongst people for what it is that masses will protect together. Even that parties that disagree with each other currently broadly would agree that they want to cooperate on. Yeah, healing the industry. Like, okay, so crypto has taken on some of the same problems that traditional finance has. Traditional finance had major problems, and that crypto just amplified them, actually. They put themselves on a shorter track by accelerating the whole thing. It's like taking the exact same system and putting it on tenfold speed. The legacy system can last maybe 100 years or 150 mathematically. Mathematically speaking, it's on its last legs, and it needs a bit of a change. And that instead of figuring that out, crypto has just done the same thing, only 10 times faster. So it's going to fizzle out unless it changes too. Gets back to like pure value, real value. Okay, so yeah, no, sorry. I feel like I'm going to start rambling if I keep going with all of that. So I'll just put that at that for now and see what you guys all think.
I've been thinking about the same of, we've seen the Fractally team back off because of the DAX getting sued and the developers, not even DAX and DAOs, but the developers being sued. And that's a brand new precedent, right? Like you usually would, have open source software and not be liable for how people are using that. So it's mass adoption is the key. And it's every other innovative technology that was up against, rules that were old, they just went so quick and had so many users that the rules had to change, right? So, the ride sharing apps are the one of the best examples that they had, military tactics to get around having regulators and law enforcement, get a ride, you know what I mean? They had tracked these people to not disclose what they're doing and had it ramped up so fast that they couldn't catch them, right? And even PayPal at the time, you know what I mean, did the same thing. So it needs a concerted effort, and it's just not one blockchain. It's almost, what's a common value that you can get everybody to share a token or a value, like a chain letter. I guess I'm dating myself, some chain letters, but something that you had to pass on, that we all belong to something so quickly that we all have shared some value, you know what I mean, that we can just get over that hurdle of like, okay, we have to give in. We can't squash down this. And we are talking mostly about, the biggest market, the States, right? The West of the world, we have different jurisdictions that are, are safe, that, protect me if I'm having a pool of funds against capital gains and liabilities. But, it's the, a large part of our community is in the States, and yeah, their new laws of saying that the statutes and limitations are 10 years in the future is awful. Like, it's just, I guess what's going to happen, the innovators will move, the market will move, and we'll just, move out of those jurisdictions and not serve that. But it seems like it still needs that aha moment where everyone goes, hey, we have a choice here to adopt something that we have, a little bit of independence and freedom, right? But it's hard catching people's attention now when it is, harder times for a lot of people is the struggle, right? Like, I have great friends that have been in the space for a long time that it's even hard to get the OGs really excited, because yeah, their attention is focused on, we're back to survival, right? To a large extent, people are a little bit more stressed. So yeah, I don't know what the answer is. I know our answer in this group and going forward is bringing back the fun. And however that, I can only know what fun is for me and my small groups and try and extend that. Yeah, so I don't have a great answer, except we're just going to keep on trying, I guess.
Well, exactly right. Exactly right. Iterate, right? Adjust, reformulate, and relaunch. Take another shot in a different way. And that, sorry to hear of that. That's so shitty of a circumstance. And I mean, I guess it was taken for granted that we even had such a window of opportunity, because I think that governance as a service might not need its own new token. Might not need. I want to launch a new blockchain. I want to do a new ICO. That's true. I'll be looking for that. But it's not necessary. It's totally not necessary. I think it was speaking to Lisa's need. It was sort of that. I think the other blockchains could use it too. I think the foundation is too much of a dependency itself, and that maybe something to put a pin in and come back to. But for now, I think Alien Worlds needs more wins along the way. I think that you can have an endless game, right? What's the endless game? Minecraft or World of Warcraft, or there are several, right? User-generated games that are intentionally endless, but you win and lose sort of along the way. And I think Alien Worlds could use a clear answer on some of those, at least, on like how to win, what is winning, and that the obvious thing is time well spent, right? It's alignment of interest that all participants win by spending time well. Sound enough argument in that. If they enjoy themselves, you can make a case for it. And simply just that. If there's anything else beneficial, you can make a case for it. But you don't have to answer me. You don't have to answer me. I don't want to put anybody on the spot. I just want to see the question so that your subconscious can work on it later, and that you'll have answers for that.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, we got Lisa back. Oh, Recourier's here. Awesome. To hear.
Hey, Greg.
Hey.
Sorry, my phone overheated, so I had to let it chill down a bit. And then I checked in with the EOSB's Twitter space, and they're going to help us put together a proposal for planets to support bees of our communities if desired. So more on that. Hey, Recourier.
So the thing about an ICO, Block 1 became an object of contempt because they were holding the goodie bag at the end of the ICO. And I think that we should learn from that too. I think we should set up a DAC where an individual won't be accountable quite directly to the issuance of the thing. I think we should put wrapper after wrapper after wrapper of digital controls on it to make it decentralized, because there have not been any ICOs yet that were decentralized in their initiation, that the recipient of that contract is going to a large network, and that the thing about forking EOS and saying, let's make a version, let's replicate the Dutch auction all over again. The thing about that is whoever does it will be envied, at least, and scorned for a variety of reasons and angles. And they, like, those antagonistic energies are so ready. They're so readily available. You know, somebody out there is going to pick them up and get really antagonistic about, well, why you? The question is not why it, the question is why you. And you answer that question in advance by saying it's not, there is no you. It's, let's design it fair. Like there's a story Bitcoiners tell each other that the Bitcoin initiation was fair because there was no pre-mine. Equal access, equal opportunity. What they neglect to say is that 2009 was only happened one time, and that there were only a pocket full of people at the right age in their life and during 2009 in the right circumstance in their life to take advantage of Bitcoin early, truly. And that the distribution of Bitcoin is a joke. If we were to move the economy of the world onto Bitcoin, it would be even more concentrated than it currently is. And the traditional financial system is unequal. It's unequal. There is too polarized, right? The Bitcoin distribution is worse. It's worse than that, proportionately. And Bitcoiners are blithely oblivious to that as a problem. They think it was fair. What they don't realize is that the next generation is going to undercut them. The next generation is not going to show up and be like, yeah, you know what? It's fair for you to get 50 Bitcoin at a time for free for nothing, and me to pay $20,000 for one. That's fair. It's only 10 years later, but that's fair. They're not going to say that. The next generation is going to be like, how about I do my own thing? Bitcoin's not even special. It's more centralized. It's more centralized. It's as centralized and regulated as I could possibly imagine. It's not better than banks. You think I can actually use it like without having special permissions from my bank? Forget about rudimentary access to my bank. It's ridiculous. It's totally unfeasible. So yeah, there's room for competition, I think. And yeah, let's explore those ideas. Danish?
The method of distribution was actually really, really well thought out. The problem was introducing the legacy exchange system, which ruined it all, because the way of distribution was fair to everyone. Everyone could set up a computer and mine Bitcoin. But because of the human greed factor, somebody made a stock exchange for crypto exchange. Suddenly it had a price point. Suddenly people saw it. Suddenly we had ASIC miners. Suddenly everyone normal got pulled out of the race. That distribution model failed. Agreed, but the distribution model was really, really well thought out, but it failed, yes. And you're right in that way.
It's not its fault. It's not anybody's fault. It was decentralized, right? This is just it. It's like the Ouija board of finance. Everybody's got a finger on it at first, but the weak hands wash out early, and 10 years is a pretty long time in some ways. In the lens of 10 years is nothing, but in the lens of finance, 10 years is a lot.
Here the other day, we had 14 years of birthday of Bitcoin.
Yep. Yep. And it it is just the technology. It was very well thought out. I agree. Very well thought out. And as fair as it could have been, but it did not have a legacy plan for itself in the sense of what its participants would do to it or do with it, and how it would reach the future, how it would reach the next generation, realistically, like in a way that they have the alignment of interests fully. Because very much about it is well, I don't want to sling accusations that are not necessary. There's a utility to a technology of money. What I like about it is that it's choice. It's like progression's law is all about people's choice for the technology of money, and that man, is it ever a fascinating topic with a lot to it. Like yeah, legal aspects and technical aspects and social aspects, but like distinct layers, very distinct layers. They interact with each other and they affect each other, but they are totally driven from different centers. Any economy does better if it costs less to make their money, you know? The technology of money has a lot of costs in it. Think about how many jobs are involved. Seriously, think about how many jobs are involved, just jobs. In establishing pillars of trust, in that like people bear witness and they sign like a witness, like an auditor does, or like a notary public, or even the teller at the bank. Like there's just so much to the work of redundancy, of proliferating a redundancy in the verification of fact, financial fact, is just one subheading, I guess the biggest subheading. I'm sure we're not at the end of the innovative curve. I'm sure of it. I can see how there's, as Extra said earlier, a bit of a tribalism that happens with people defending their ideas about whether it's coming from a technological place or a legal place or a sociological place.
I want to say, yeah, welcome, Recourier. I wanted to hear your thoughts. I heard your video with Lisa. I'm just going to interrupt Jason for a second, but I wanted to make sure you got your.
I was paused. I was hung up on a thought. I was thinking of something else useful to add. Hoping somebody would steal the silence from me.
Mostly I'm just listening in to get informed right now. I didn't end up getting voted in, so I'm kind of just following along. For me, my hopes are to see how this can all develop to empower smaller creators in some way, because I mean, back in 2020, like, man, it was a really great place to be in Wax, and it was just all tons of small creators just cheering each other on, all being fans of each other, and it was just a nice place to be. And that just doesn't feel like it exists in the same way anymore. And so maybe what can happen is where a group of really small creators all get these satellites or whatever, and we're all just there supporting each other. And then, you know, there's a lot of people on Wax that are interested in, we've got to get, you know, a brand name, or we've got to get these big projects with these big volumes. And through whatever reasons, benefits it has, the people that are attracted to Wax Chain just seem to have a little different. And so there's a mass to what's happening now in the chain, and you're not going to like turn that around. So it's kind of a losing battle to try, which I've been realizing over the second half of this summer and into this fall. So instead of trying to, I don't know, change it, fix it, whatever you want to call it, we're just going to find a spot that need to rely on that, you know, someplace where small creators can all just go and support each other and just have that little bit of recapturing that joy that was 2020. I mean, if that could happen in some way, and I really have no idea how, like I've got this big picture idea of what I'd love to see, and somebody's like, how do you do that? And I'm like, well, I don't know. So I have no idea on how. And maybe it's kind of a pie in the sky. You know, Crypto Monkeys has always been a very community-based, small, you know, even though they're big, it's a small mentality, you know, give them away for free, let the market, you know, find the value, you know, that kind of stuff. And, you know, if there's a couple other people who appreciate that kind of, you know, smaller feeling or what something happen, I suspect some of the other planets are going to say, you know, how do we make a big splash? Or, you know, I really haven't checked into how anybody else is proposing to run their planetary governance. But, you know, I know and have either worked with or spent time with for a couple of years now. So I feel like it's a place that I can kind of fit in.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because the spirit that we were talking previously about is you know, in-person meetups, you know, and the latest nifty blocks and stuff, and that, you know, the excitement and what, you know, who met who. It wasn't any of those big brands. It was this community, right? It was the smaller creators. It was that. So I was saying for NERI that I want to support, you know, really a lot of marketing in small meetups, and then larger meetups, and then a big event, and to continue press releases and really focus on marketing. But I got elected with the monkeys, and I've seen lately a couple smaller groups join this group that are really looking, that are organized, that are saying, hey, we have an idea. We do have an idea. We are curating artists. We had Martin of .gems and Siskuku 18, you know, does incredible jobs. So they were like looking in to say, hey, we're smaller creators, and my view of growth is exactly that. Like, that's what's going to keep the momentum up of finding those communities. It's not growing a community, it's finding those and empowering them. So I just gonna put one link on here, is that my first proposal is to set up kind of a signaling station on Wax, on Consortium, and it's not set up yet, but for us to not lead all the proposals, for us to signal the community and these smaller groups to empower them to give out funds. So I have to come to a consensus, and I'm not sure where the monkeys are at, but I'm sure their spirit is exactly what you're saying, Recourier, and that, you know, if there's a divide between marketing and empowering smaller communities, that's where the fun is. And smaller communities, every group I'm in, I'm just wondering if the world really doesn't, like Lisa mentioned, we have 8 billion people. I don't believe the matrix really is that big, because every community I'm in, real passionate people that are doing something seem to be that magic number of about 36 people. And And like, we don't need hundreds of really active people to do stuff in a community. Sure, they engage hundreds and we want thousands to come in, and supposedly we have millions of players, but yeah, I'd look for some guidance for you, and also how to extend our, what would we call them, like reputable advisors to help going down this path, because it's just only one thing being a candidate. It's the other is like, how are we going to actually, what are, I guess a lot to be seen. Thankful to Lisa for setting up some channels where we can actually all discuss this, so we don't do a lot of overlap. But I'm really hopeful that we can get that spirit back, because yeah, it's not that mass market of big brands. I guess, sure, there's that side of it, great, but it's not the reason we're here, I guess, is what I'm saying.
I think it would be really interesting if we could get wise advisors who know how to handle securities, so that for those people who are interested in pursuing options that pertain to securities, that there could be some, I don't know the right term, if it's advisors or if it's, I don't even know what the word is, people who could think that through.
Securities, Lisa, you mean like securities that we're all worried about, like securities promising a gain on an asset?
Well, I'm sort of thinking ahead. If the planets are supporting game creators in the communities, in other words, communities who want to create games either with their community brand or a game in general or any of that, then they would either be starting it or asking the planets to help them start it, right? And so let's say it gets started and it's going well and they want to make it grow. I could imagine a lot of people would be interested in helping and supporting that endeavor. At some point, it might get big enough that they would want to raise money. And at that point, it would be helpful potentially for them to have some education and some contacts to lawyers and to finance people who are able to help companies set up to raise money and to file with the SEC and to do things properly and help everyone understand how to do that for those communities. And many people offer those services, so it's not really like a big new invention. You know, one option would be looking to see if there are funds, for example, who support young companies like that. Also, you know, I'm trying to choose the right words because I want to do things properly, but I think we still need to think about what that, you know, what those words are. So that's the intent anyway. But, you know, for example, if we were to get support from the Federation in the terms in, you know, in regard to currency, in addition to tokens, it would be interesting to take a portion of that and put it aside for those growth opportunities that would give something then back to the planets. I imagine if we did that and we had those resources set aside for that for 10 years, that many other funds would want to at least look at what we're doing in a proper way and possibly participate, and even at the next level of growth maybe, or, you know, like have some discussion about that. And that could really help to grow the ecosystem and support our creators and help bring other creators in the ecosystem, kind of like maybe, you know, incubators in the past did, like Sam Altman and others did, and might be some models to look at. But anyway, that's on my mind.
It's funny, I've had meetings this week with those kind of experts because, you know, I was explaining this to the people and they're like, well, So you guys need you need to protect yourselves, then you need a service provider. And they were coming from more of a hedge fund and securities aspect, and like, well, where's your master fund, and where's your reinvestment? Like, it sounds like you don't need to be talking to us because you're just out there spending money. Like, how do you reinvest and put money into something that reinvests into these, like, their normal markets? So it's interesting you're saying that, because getting the same sort of feedback and saying, oh, there's structures on onshore and offshore and feeder funds and master funds, and we have stuff in Singapore that deals with crypto right now and all of that. But it is a conversation to definitely have, because right now we're just worried about liability of the other security of, like, our security of handling these funds and living up to the terms and conditions, and then the security that Danish said of, like, us being known and part of a multi-sig. You know what I mean? We were talking about the funnest thing to do is come to events. Well, can 5 of us that are all part of the same planet, securely, safely now come to an event? That's that just kind of gave me a shock, because I was all excited about all these events, and then Danish brings it back to the reality of going, well, yeah, we have to be strategic now. There's a lot of money. And then the whole thing about reinvestment, the reinvestment of, like, what if you wanted to put this into a vehicle that is increasing? Like, I talked to Extra yesterday, and Extras has his whole family's history of silver, and he's like, well, you should put some in the silver and risk. I'm like, well, geez, we need a lot of these not so fun mechanisms and things to deal with, and legal and accounting. So yeah, we need help with that. It sounds like they've got a great Switzerland lawyer. How do we decentralize that information to really protect us, to protect them, to grow the game, to do everything? So yeah, some very interesting questions.
You just said something super important, Duane, too. Switzerland, like, whose legality are we operating in? Because Swiss law just changed. So it's like, wait, okay, so I'm not in Switzerland, you're not in Switzerland. The game is in Switzerland, but we're decentralizing. Are we? So, like, I feel like we need, like, a list of FAQs. It'll mostly be like Qs, not As at this point. But, like, all the, maybe like a collective GitHub of FAQs or something, or at least a document, because it's like, the questions just keep coming into my mind, right? And it's like, okay, we thought of this, but oh wait, we haven't thought of that, or how are we going to handle that? And I could see how it could take a year just to think of the questions, let alone address them. But hopefully it doesn't take 10. So the sooner we get to identifying the questions, the sooner we can look at options maybe for them,
All that I'm really familiar with is really US law, not really much of anything else. And I happen to be a New York resident, which is the toughest state to be in for crypto. So typically my mindset has always been like, well, if I'm clear with what I'm doing in New York, I'm going to be clear everywhere, which may not exactly be true, but it's kind of how I've been operating. But I suppose a lot of this discussion is going around the fact that there's going to be some DAO tokens, and there may be satellites are supposed to get their own tokens and all of that. So is the discussion really about how those tokens get distributed without it being a sale?
Okay, so actually this is a good question for Bridges. Okay, so that question caught me by surprise. I'm sorry. I have to think about it. Can you rephrase? Can you ask again about? Well, because I had an idea to onboard more human users, and I was ready with that. But I want to address your question first.
So I know for me, and for the token that we had for Metaforce, we came up with a distribution method that we felt wouldn't ever be considered a security. And essentially is we give out NFTs for free. And there's a whole bunch of different ways that you can get those NFTs. And then if you burn those NFTs, there's a path to get our token. So we're not actually giving out a token. we're giving out free NFTs, and burning those NFTs gets you a token. So we're not selling anything, and there's no expectation of value, anything. And everybody I've talked to is like, yeah, there's no scenario by which anybody would accuse that of being a security. You're giving away free NFTs, and by burning it, you can get this token. And so one of my thoughts was, whatever these satellite tokens are, or whatever these DAO tokens are, or whatever, the issue with it becoming a security or something is that someone is exchanging to you, and you get to keep something of value to then give them that token. You're selling it to them. But if you don't garner any income from it, then it's not a sale, even if somebody has to trade something in for it. So a way to support small project tokens is, you might say, okay, well, we're gonna create this system where you can trade in something from this project, and that thing gets burned. And by burning it, you can get some of these DAO tokens. And so that's helpful for the projects, because it's reducing their supply and it's helping their tokenomics. But the DAO is not taking any direct income from the distribution of their tokens. So they're giving away free tokens, because if they took those other tokens in and kept them, and then went to sell those for some value, then an argument can be made that they sold them. But if you're giving them away to people who happen to burn something else, and the DAO doesn't actually take in income from it, well, then they're not selling.
You're not at that step, that's for sure. I think that the important context for this, though, is the rest of the bridges and the rest of the story too, because at those steps there is no sale, without a doubt. That's a great way to create a network effect. It's it's an effective way to create a network effect, and it's not a security and not a sale either. It's an invitation. It's a method of invitation, is all it is.
Mm-hmm. Right.
For example, yeah, it's always useful to think of the equivalent in the physical domain as in the digital, and that if you were doing this all on paper, and you were sending somebody these 3 different notes that, when combined, they give you another one. It's a ticket to an arena where you can get in the door at the arena, and that people want to go there because of who else will be there. You're establishing a network value, a network effect. That is perfectly fine, and it's definitely not a security at those steps. And it agrees sort of with the idea I was going to present for sending the invitations in the way of a migration. So we've spoken a little bit about migration events in the space, and how the EOS networks, plural, have them dialed in pretty tight, right? We know how the method. Everyone's familiar with the phenomenon and the method, and that in the broader crypto space, I think that's true equally, right? People who are involved in Ethereum, or anyone involved in anything, is familiar with like migration or using addresses as like vectors for invitation through airdrop. You send somebody an NFT, like, there's your address, I sent it, now you have it. And so now that you have it, it's your choice. Here are the instructions for what to do with it. It's available. That's all fine. I think that there's a way to reach Bitcoiners with that. Bitcoiners use, not all of them use, but it's possible to use rootstock, RSK. And so it's a smart contract layer, and for a Bitcoin network, and you can create NFTs, and you can create all the same utilities, basically all the same utilities. in a way that invites those addresses too. And I think that we should take a page from the Telos book. What Telos did was it took a snapshot of all the addresses below a certain threshold of holding. So it intentionally excluded the exchanges that were holding tokens on behalf of others and had therefore a outsized, a disproportionately large wallet address that they were managing. Those wallet addresses are essential to identify for any airdrop method of invitation. And I think that we should invite a migration event to existing blockchains, to all of them, or as many as possible, or we should curate to some extent the portion of addresses in other given blockchains to make a bridge, and that the bridges are all sensitive, like they're their own attack vector. The security of the bridge is sort of the appeal of the bridge, and what else is it branches out to is part of its sensitivity, in that there's a financial world of equities and financial instruments that are all registered, right? And they have their own exchanges and they're all registered, and they don't mix worlds with non-securities, with digital assets that take a variety of forms for their value, right? They're not considered financial instruments by category. Those categories are in their own silo. So any bridge that connects the two is a sensitive one. And Bitcoin is the main utility of Bitcoin. The way I see it is just that. That might not be a permanent fixture or a characteristic of Bitcoin. It's not a characteristic of Bitcoin. It's a choice. It's a choice made so far. And so, I don't know, maybe explore that a little bit, in that to the Wax blockchain, there's already a pretty easy onboarding to the non-crypto sphere through OAuth, because you create a Wax Cloud wallet with existing accounts on social media, or like simple email login type of Wax Cloud account. And so that's an important bridge to the non-crypto sphere. But Wax is also an object of dismissal amongst the crypto sphere, because it's like too corporate, right? Which is what you're saying, Recourier, isn't it? In that the organic chemistry of the community is now sort of muted out by the presence of huge corporations that are changing, they're transforming it in a way that, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I suppose it's hard to say exactly what happened, in so much as, like, I don't know if the communities that were there in 2020 have disappeared, or they've become now a small fish in a big pond type of thing. I don't know which it really is, but
They're
I
here.
do know.
They're
I
all
do
here.
know.
They're working, but they're here.
It's
Yeah.
both. I think it's both, and I think one causes the other a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. As part of the community building, and then part of community manager for like 14 different projects on Wax, I can tell you that most of the community is still here. Many of them are also gone because of many of the earlier projects not promising or not keeping up on their promises, which have led them to, even though the group has 2,000 people, 600 people, whatever, 40 of them is maybe active because the rest of them is sitting waiting for promises that who knows is what is going to come and what is not, because we've seen a lot. But there is also the whole factor that anyone or many more people now has the possibility to use tools that were gated a little bit in the early ages there are much more spread out now, like blending packs. All this kind of thing is no longer gated by a big paywall or you need to know anyone, or even you need to be whitelisted. Some of them can be used fully without anything, which brings that many more smaller communities have started to breach out of this. And for anyone following Wax Wednesday and all those shows, the community are here. We are a lot of people here building, all of us, different projects and supporting each other. But it's not the same as it was at the beginning, where everyone was exactly the same places, because there only was a small handful of projects that got highlighted, and that was where everyone went back then. But now they are more spread out, and of course, again, many of them also got kicked down because they invested a lot of in some projects or collections that never got traction or never kept their promises. And it's the same everywhere, not just on Wax, not just on EOS, it's everywhere. And that's what happens when we get a bull run in a cycle like this. So there comes a lot of bad apples up, and there comes a lot of bad apples down. But the ones that are here now, the ones that are still building, and the ones that will be here when the next bull market starts, are the ones driving our community, driving our chain. So yeah.
You're muted, Jason.
Thank you. Sorry. One of the things I appreciate the most about Dan Larimer's perspective is the emphasis on accepting reality, in that many people are drawn to, or they're attracted to this industry either to escape or to alter reality, and probably some combination of, in reality, both those things, which is fine. But we also need to understand that the moves we make in reality and anything we build starts with the existing, all things existing, right? And we just need to learn from it all. We need to be the first to first place. As they say, like, there's sort of a logical conclusion to a dynamic equilibrium, where there's how the organizing principle of the community works best and maintains itself within like a homeostasis, where we really want that sort of grassroots function. We don't want the grassroots to get drowned out by taller trees. But forest succession happens that way, right? Like the taller plants compete, everything competes, and all competitors respond to change. So maybe we're too stubborn to think that it all has to happen where we chose to. And it's like, if there's a drift in our own communities that is something that we don't like, that we just have to look for the ones that agree. Or challenge our own thinking a little bit, like consider joining. Although Wax and its bridges are very intriguing to me. They're very interesting because there are bridges established from Trillium straight to cash in ways that are good and prevent all parties from taking an undue risk. Like there's a real ecosystem here of people doing their own thing for their own reasons that come together. It's nowhere near done growing. It's nowhere near done growing, but it needs that ecosystem check, in that there's a dilemma around the certainty of success to identify here. It's a little bit out there, but when people are confident that their plan will work because enough other people, the whole plan just depends on other people agreeing that they're going to participate. And if only 3.5% of the population would make a mass demonstration together, then that would be a clear enough signal that it becomes a relevant permanent issue until it's resolved. And that to get to that, though, people are like, well, I don't want to put myself out there. I don't want to take the risk myself. Unless it's going to work. If it's going to work, then yeah, okay. No consequences, no negative consequences. I'm willing to put my finger on the Ouija board with everybody and go that way. So that's what Bitcoin had the biggest advantage on, was that it came from a sphere where it came from nothing and got to a point where everybody does that now. Bitcoin is nobody's fault, it just exists. So many people participate in it and choose in it and have made a good case for it that we're within all rights to do it, to use it, that that it's paved the way. The way is paved. If our only problem was overcoming technical parameters, we wouldn't have any problems. Right. Because we would have solved the technical parameters academically maybe like 100 years ago, if people could agree on what they wanted and who should have what and stuff like that. What remains unsolved in reality, what we use technologies for, is to deal with each other. Everybody's stubborn, and we have this, as Danish identified, we have this tendency to become a different version of ourselves when the stakes change, when the circumstances change. We don't realize we have a lack of self-awareness for how much of a product of our circumstances we really are, moment to moment. When a person is not afraid of anything, they're a certain way. And then when they become afraid of something, who they are changes. It can't change. Because the way they deal with that fear becomes their behavior. And when you are responsible for a lot, when you've got a lot at stake for whatever reason, I'm not talking about greed. I'm not talking about a reductionist sort of villain narrative of people who are in power. They also have responsibilities that cause them fear. And when a person is afraid, they behave accordingly. And it can really change who they are. Because people surprise themselves often when they get surprised. You know, think about it. When a person gets surprised and a behavior just comes out of them, then they reflect on it the next day. They look back, they're like, I kind of surprised myself too. Didn't know I was going to go there. Didn't know I was going to do that. Well, something. So, or I didn't know I would fail. I didn't know I wouldn't muster it. Or there's discovery to that. The theory of change that I operate on is the one of personal and collective epiphany. That people who are in power realized at some point, enough of them realized already that something about Bitcoin works better than before. So therefore they protect it now. The reason why Bitcoin has clearance and overhead in the world is because of that. And that any blockchain can achieve that. I believe that. That's my theory of change. Any blockchain can achieve something very similar to what Bitcoin did, or better than what Bitcoin did, in that same dimension of being embraced by everybody. both the like grassroots, organic grassroots sort of level of people who are powerless, who are otherwise powerless, who are looking just for their first morsel of autonomy, as well as the established elite. They all agree that this thing is a good thing. Well, I don't think Wax has that. I don't think Wax has that. I think Wax could use some changes if it ever wants to get something like that.
Definitely, definitely. I love this talk, but if I want to be getting dinner at my own birthday, I need to be running soon. So yeah, I have around 40 minutes before, or no, 20 minutes before I can get dinner within like 50 kilometers. So
This is your birthday, did you say?
yeah.
Oh my God, happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Celebrating this
But-
whole time.
Related.
Yeah, I've been
We'll
working.
celebrate later, okay?
You
I mean,
know,
if you
working.
want.
It's just because it's my birthday don't mean the world is standing still.
Well, no,
so-
but we can definitely celebrate. So we'll be
Oh,
online.
yeah, there's gonna be Twitter Spaces later, so
We'll be there.
Really
I hope so,
appreciate
but,
you
it's been a
spending your time
pleasure.
with us.
Yeah,
Definitely, it's
happy
been a
birthday.
pleasure being in here with you all, but I really need to order food and run. So
Go
see you all
eat.
later.
Love you.
Thanks so much, Danish.
She's so amazing. She's just an amazing person.
It has been great chat. I don't know. I want to check in with everybody though, because I just went on a rant. So
Yeah, to circle back to a little more pragmatic, you know, I had made a decision to run for this seat, you know, whatever, a year and a half ago or whenever the initial sign up was, and I came back to it and said, yeah, I'm still interested. And so now we've gotten through the first thing, and it's like there's kind of this like, now what? We've got whatever it is, 700,000 or whatever per week, and well, what is there anything that we can like just do out of the gates? What can just be done as we think, you know, what are our longer term plans and goals and whatever? I feel like there's got to be some amount of things that we can just be done, and I have no idea what any of that is.
you can.
What do you guys like to do?
One thing we can do actually that is really ready is we can bring this energy to the Quadriga Initiative. I'm meeting with them tonight, coming up in about 6 hours from now.
You know, the 1 week you didn't do it, I actually showed up.
Yeah. And they have all kinds of ideas to make a meme out of Gerald Cotton and other known bad actors in the industry, and to increase the public visibility of known issues, to make, I don't know, effort, not just effort, but to make playful, like the margin of improvement of our system over the legacy system, right? To make plain the logic of fractional reserve banking. And how we forgot right away. It's like, we have this technology of money that is not based on debt. It's not based on debt on step one, and it does not depend on fractional reserve banking. And the first thing we did with it is transform it into fractional reserve exchanges with all kinds of DeFi debt. And man, mathematically, that's not a good trajectory, I can tell you. Quadriga Initiative is struggling to find the joy in our very plain view of the difficulty. You know how security experts are, right? Security experts are always a little bit grumpy, like a good economist should be. You know, economics are called the dismal science. Are you familiar? Because economics is a science of trade-offs, and there are very hard decisions. Don't get me started. It turns my stomach. I hate the sound of hearing privileged people complain about how difficult their tough decisions are, when in fact what they're doing is just firing hundreds of people at a time, if not more, and giving themselves a raise, right? Like they're not, that's their tough decision. Oh yeah, I feel so sorry, crocodile tears, right? Economics are still dismal. It's not about that. That's part of it. Being awake to that is part of it. The rest of it is troubling. It can be troubling, and that security experts are like that too. Cybersecurity experts or any type of security expert. I'll tell you, I spoke with a police officer, spent her whole career as a police officer, and you could see it on her face. And she had stories about how her whole career was on the forefront of dealing with people at their worst. You think about the worst possible human behaviors, and that's what she had to confront, like all the time. So it's hard to like find joy and bring joy to that, but she found a way. There are ways. We want to do that for the Quadriga Initiative, right? Because the Quadriga Initiative is an audience of people who have lost faith, totally lost faith, right? There's serious like mental health issues to be dealt with. Not mental health, emotional health, spiritual health, loss of faith, like reconciling after the fact, right? And taking up a behavior and an attitude that is benevolent. Because when a person gets harmed, they usually try to, I don't know what, they don't try to do anything. They just respond negatively. Think about it. When a person gets harmed, what do? Like recoil and backlash and not good things. The Quadriga Initiative is transformative. It's a healing energy. I can't emphasize that enough. It's a healing energy for the people involved and for the organizations involved. And find out about it. Get them onto get wax. Get them onto wax or something, because they don't even have a blockchain yet. Think about how many schemes are out there.
Yeah, in this case, you know, it's checks off, you know, find communities, right? They're passionate about their cause. We want to bring more fun. So there's now a funnel to help empower smaller communities. It would have to be driven by the community of their path, and then we can help enable them, right? So if it's an actual whole blockchain, that's a lot to digest, right? But what's the first path to scale? So you talked about memes and sharing and healing, right? So I could go on to Quadrigas, except for the top 10 on the leaderboard. I can make every one of those people feel way better about their losses, sharing my losses from day one, right? So I could, you know what I mean? So there's that sharing space of going, you're not in it alone. You want to hear some, you know, will this make you feel better? Wow, look how stupid I was, or how every single exchange, because I was in early, that I, you know, kept money in and lost in every single one. You think the pizza guy has a story? Well, hey, I bought the pizza, the oven, the house, the fucking pizza truck delivery guy. Like, so I'm not sure where we want to spread it, but there is a commonality of people getting burnt from centralized exchanges, and we'll call them hacks, but it's mostly internal. So there's a commonality that people can share. And then how do you bring new people to it that haven't got burnt? Well, education of best practices of what not to do, and that they're developing a system that's going to be better. how do you develop some fun in that? That's goes viral. That's fun. We're all in NFT space. Is it just that? What's the incentivization for that person to go to the extra little step of creating, sharing something? Does it have to be, is there a necessity for financial gain in the system? Is there just fun? Is there enough creators? Does it need a spark of like education of people that bring them on board? Is it them just getting on board with a community and there's already fun memes and you already just empower these other small communities to make stuff for them? So I just want to see what the connection is, because a lot of those connections can happen through the communities that are already supporting alien worlds. There's funds out there to make something fun. And, the metrics are, have you, what am I going to be judged on if I'm giving money to smaller communities? Are they engaged? Are they having fun, and have they grown? I don't know what other metrics people are looking at, but it's usually not like, oh, did you put some money in people's pocket, right? So there's a path somehow between those two, but if they don't have the idea, then we have to talk about something and make them think it's their idea and then take ownership of it. But the memes things has gone great. One of our community members is Eyeke, and Eyeke came to visit me and down in Costa Rica here, and he was on to that bridge that bridged what blockchain was using Bitcoin, but making memes and froggy memes on that, and just like small group of creators, but just loving creating new stuff and like so active. Other people are buying these, liking them, but it's I think the meme thing has like lots of legs, and we've talked about it before. So what's the lots of questions there. I'm not giving you many answers, except there's a pathway to the creation and the distribution, and also empowering other people that might help that community create stuff. There's a lot of creators curating it. Is it just a contest within those people of like who got the most upvotes somewhere or the most distribution of their memes? So those are all questions, not many answers, but there's something there for sure before a person needs to even talk about blockchain and all the actual mission that they're trying to prove of like making exchanges more secure and having a proof of keys and a proof of funds. There's probably a community building exercise to bring people over and then go, oh, wait a minute, you guys are doing that too. That's cool. That's useful. But it might be on that fun path first.
It's true. There are activities available for all types of animals in our ecosystem. We want security experts to compile case studies. We want security experts to do blockchain analysis. We want validators to participate in proof of reserves. We want memes. We want comedy. We want it all. Like, we want meta leaderboard. We want games and audiences. We want lobbying and regulatory engagement. We want university integration curriculum. We want wide recognition as a new standard. We want to create a standard cryptographic proof output that is digestible, that we want to be the first place. That's our vision. And we've thought about having activities ready for all the animals in our ecosystem. We know that all humans are interested in different things for different reasons. They're starting from different places. We got to meet them where they're at, and that there is room for that with this. And even just like sharing a story of a scam. It's true, man. It's a shared experience. Right? We're trying to heal that. We're trying to heal that emotionally and financially. We think there's a way.
You might also look and see who people voted for as an indicator of what people currently value. Yeah. So if you look at like Anders with his videos and analysis, and if you look at DrYunani with his showing up in Discord, and I would say myself showing up and being in the communities, that seems to be, I think that's true of all the candidates. If you look at it, there's something about showing up and being there for people that seems to matter. I mean, aside from having a lot of trillion, but in terms of like looking at what people value, there's a content creation component there. I agree. All those things you said, Jason, we have to set things up. The university curricula, we'll see. I might not like that one as much. But
we're considering the production of a entertainment content piece where we will catch scammers. Where sometimes there are some known scammers and some obvious ways, like we can respond to certain types of attack that will bait the attacker. And if we ever catch one, then we'll make a segment of it, kind of like
I'm not
cops.
baiting anyone. And if I find out, I'm not telling anyone.
We want to popularize the idea of how to deal with cyber attacks and how to deal with scams and stuff.
Just
And
keep people safe. We don't want anyone dead.
yeah, because the thing about it is that the whole thing works on statistics. Cybercrime and scams and cyber attacks, they are a persistent problem, partially because they work sometimes. Partially because they work sometimes. To the extent that they work sometimes, it's a numbers game. To the extent that they work sometimes, people will keep trying to do it. But to the extent that they work marginally less, fewer people will keep trying to do it. And on that margin, that's where we find our success. We can move the dial a little bit. If it starts working less, then there will be fewer attacks to defend against. There's a virtuous cycle in this, and that we want to proliferate the message that, one, for the attacker, it's a waste of their time and talent. Not to be too insulting, but it is, right? It's a waste of your time and talent. Do something better. There's a better thing for you to do with your life, almost for sure, than this. Because you probably won't keep what you got, because you might get caught, because you can't live in the open, because you surrender so much of your freedom by needing to live in the dark all the time. The logic is very unsound, and it usually comes from a place of desperation in some form or another, to be on the wrong side of those types of scams and hacks. Being a white hat security tester is different. If you're going out there like with some enthusiasm to breach security systems for benevolent reasons, so you could tell the person like, you're welcome, I solved this one for you, so no one else will get you, that's good. That's different, right? There's no reason to hold back our generosity for that, for reward for that kind of behavior. But beyond that, yeah, we want to make an entertainment product out of the issue and monetize it and use it to reimburse people who are the victims of it. And that it's sort of like a Mr. Beast thing. You guys familiar with the philanthropy of Mr. Beast? The funds of every single episode of Mr. Beast goes to the topic of his video. He goes and he visits a place. He goes and visits, let's just make up a place. He goes and visits the Butterfly Preservation Society. And the Butterfly Preservation Society, very little known, doesn't have much of an audience, right? Desperately needs a little bit of money. Mr. Beast shows up there with his YouTube channel, and he says, all of the revenue from all of the views of this feature are going to the Butterfly Preservation Society. And then that is its own virtuous cycle, and everybody clicks it, everybody views it, and the ads get shown, and he's like, here you go, $100,000 donation. This one got 10 million views. He's on a roll. Mr. Beast is properly named. That's the kind of thing that Quadriga Initiative is about, you know? And yeah.
Better Squid Games too.
Yeah. Sorry?
I said he built a better Squid Games. I've been saying I feel like we're playing Squid Games season 2, but he built a friendly Squid Games where like they hug and care about each other. It was kind of fun to see.
Yeah, a better one, right? Well, okay, so Duane was on his soapbox earlier talking about wage slavery, and it's a fair point. It's a fair point. Let's be honest, the commons are stolen from the future already. There is no commons to be born into. Somebody who's born today almost anywhere in the world will have to work their way through it. You have to earn your place in this world. And it's a very uneven playing board that you climb up. And
yeah, how do you know? Nobody
slow.
explains it to you. Like, that's not what school teaches us.
That changed on the people like boiling frogs, and it only changes back like boiling frogs.
Freeze the frogs.
Yeah, we have to cool the water. The frogs won't notice anyway, but we're just going to cool it back again. And maybe restore the columns.
I don't know, that frog thing feels a little dark. You might want to rethink that. Good intention, maybe just like a little more transparent. We're turning down the water.
Turning down the water. Yeah, well, it's just an analogy to show how there's a drift. There's an internal drift and there's a collective drift. And they interact with each other. But I feel it in myself. Sometimes I think back to who I was 3 years ago, who I was 10, who I was however long ago. And I have to catch myself and get my self-awareness fresh, get my self-awareness again. And like, at the time, so much of us is autopilot that we have an internal drift in our own attitudes and our own priorities. And yeah, it's true. A person surprises themselves, a person changes, a person discovers parts of themselves they didn't realize until that circumstance called it out. And groups have that same dynamic. There's a group drift. They can lose track of it. They can lose track of it, forget where they started, just like boiling frogs. And so we also don't assume that a person should have a birthright quite, do we? Or is it in your mentality to think that when a person is born, there's an entitlement from something? I don't know, what are they entitled to? What do they get? I mean, every place, every people is different, but we're up against that. We're up against that too, right? Like, we provide a relief form for that. Okay, so finance in its best optimized form, finance performs the function of moving today's value into the future by giving savings vehicles, by preserving some purchasing power of today and using it tomorrow. And also the reverse of taking some value of the future and concentrating it now, and taking all of the value of the future price and saying, I'm going to use the purchasing power now, and that I'll pay it back in the future. The interest, forget about interest. Interest is not connected to that function. The function of finance is just that, to allocate the timing of purchasing power from the past into the future, and from the future into the past, from the future into the present.
You know, I have telepathy. I was just looking up, trying to find Nick Custers' tool right now. I'm honestly just went to Twitter. I'm like, I found your other drop bag tool, but I'm like, where's the tool that shows who voted for it? And boom, you're on here. That was incredible.
Yeah, that's vote.naw.io.
Okay. That's unbelievable.
So how are you guys doing?
Good. On a marathon call, we've heard from a bunch of candidates and then a bunch of community members of what they'd like to see. Jason was just telling us about the Quadriga initiative in Canada, of how to maybe link over to another community that has you know, some passion. And yeah, how about you?
Yep.
I just put the kids to bed and came back to the office to have a chat. I was working actually on showcasing something that I made before, some just trying to set that up from scratch. As I made something to easily code against the blockchain in C#. So I was just trying to make a demo video out of that to showcase what I've made, because I don't know a lot of people have seen it yet. So, but yeah.
Nice. You're gonna drop some alpha on us then? You're gonna need some beta testers?
It's already on GitHub. So you can already test it out. If you can code in C#, you can already play with it. Basically what I made, and I'll summarize it quickly because I don't want to go too off topic. It's just something that you can execute, and you can put in a game contract or any contract, and it will pull in all the types, the tables, and the requests that you can do. So for instance, my proof of concept that I want to show is how easily you can set up like a program to claim your wax vote rewards and vote for a proxy. And that's just like 2 or 3 lines of code after you use my stuff. So that's, I thought that would help people to easily code, because I don't know if you're familiar with EOSUSA. It's a library that exists. And if you want to use that and you do a request or read a table, you have to structure everything strong typed. And it's just a lot of boilerplate code that you have to do every time. So it's like, okay, I can do that better. So just use the history node to pull in the ABI, like the specification for types, and just make it easier to code. So yeah, that's something that I was finishing up. But I also made that vote site because the
could you post that? I was at your NEW.io and I knew I was on it before, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah, let me see, chat. Boom. So that's just vote.naw.io.
Vote. Okay, perfect.
Yep. And it's just something that I threw together because I was having some issues with the original site. The first time, it's like you have to agree to the member terms, but that's not really clear. So what I do is once you log in, it will default to Kavian, but you can load other sites as well. I added that when Michael Yates asked me to do that. So it's like, okay, I'll add that. It will check your login if you agree to the terms, because that's something you have to do before you can vote. If not, it will link you, it will show you the latest version of the term that you can click to read it. So it's in Markdown, so you can, because I know people were having some issues with the site as well to read the terms.
Yeah,
and then you can just one click agree if you want to, and then proceed. I made this for myself, so obviously it will check, have you voted for me? And if not, my site actually lets you vote specifically for me without even picking a second person. But yeah, the contract allows it. I think I was one of the first to do that. So that's funny. And then people were like, oh man, I would like to know who voted. And it's like, okay, well, the data is all on the blockchain. So yeah, let's pull that. So it's not really pretty formatted, but it will sort all the candidates. And it will show the most vote to the least vote, and then everybody that voted for them. And at the bottom, there's a breakdown of every vote as well, for everybody who cast a vote and who they voted for. So I could probably make this a lot prettier, but yeah, I just threw this together to serve a need, you know?
Yeah, 100%. I was thinking, I have great thoughts. Sometimes my execution isn't quick enough, but yesterday I was thinking, hey, I'd love to give people a badge, every single person, because this is like monumental, like a non-transferable just NFT for everybody that voted. Said, congratulations, you've made history. You know, one small step for players, one giant leap for DAOs type of thing. So I was just looking at all the tables and going, all right, I'm not a programmer. Where do I scrape this? And going, hey, Nick built something. I can use that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we're allowed to do that though. We better check.
I wouldn't do it from Duane. I'd do it like something from a third party that everybody would get one, that they wouldn't get any tokens. They just get an NFT. You know what I mean? So I do it through something like KROWN or something like that. Yeah, I'll double check for sure. That's why I kind of paused. I'm like, well, that's kind of on the edge of, yeah. So we'll see.
I think if it's indirect, like let's say voters are invited to do something and then they said maybe, you know, but I'm not quite sure about it, but maybe Anders or Michael Yates, who studied it a little bit more, have some insight into that.
There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to create an NFT and send it to everybody who voted, there's nothing prohibiting you to do that.
Yeah,
if you
and
take,
I wasn't going to use it as a voting, like vote for Duane or anything. I was going to do it anonymously and maybe semi-anonymously. Just like do it like, oh, the KROWN community, you know, you've made it. You've lasted 2 years and finally made it to the DAO and voted something.
Yeah, but even if you want to be like, you're a superstar for voting for me and send that to the people that voted for you, there's nothing wrong with doing that. If you take the council, like if you're elected and you take the council TLM and pay it out to people that vote for you, then you have a problem. That's not allowed. But if you have your own collection and you want to create an NFT to commemorate this and thank people that voted, I don't see any objection to that.
Yeah,
because it's totally isolated, right? It's your own. You're free to send NFTs to whoever you want, right?
That's it. That's it. We were talking about next steps of, Recourier was talking about the spirit of small communities and how we can reward small communities. And we had a lot of people earlier talking about, what they do to invigorate or expand the community, marketing, different things like that. And then some technical things as far as, what should we do legally as far as next steps? Like, should we, as 5 elected candidates, start a multi-sig and put the funds there, and then do should we have that buffer of a security? Lots of questions. Lisa brought up some things, like bigger things that should we collectively putting money towards some legal, and then even larger, this is kind of a flow through system to enable communities and grow the community. Should we be looking at more traditional companies and organizations in the future where we actually deal head on with securities and things like trusts and things that keep money into a pool fund, like a hedge fund? So there's been we've been all over the map today. It's been interesting.
It's also like a risk there, right? If you pull out the TLM and say, well, we put this towards something that we'll do later. In a week, you might not be an active council member anymore because things can change rapidly, right?
Oh,
so I think they will prohibit that. Have you already done the claim budget thing?
Yeah, 100%.
Did that go through did you get 3 votes?
We did one. I got one through on Eyeke, that claim vote, and then we just did 1 trillium test to send 1 trillium out, and both of them worked.
Yeah, okay. Because as far as I can tell, like if you claim your budget, that goes to the DAO account, and from there you can use it. So I don't think you have to pull it out of there to use it more, right?
Right. Yeah.
So every week you can claim the 2%, I think it is, and that goes to the DAO fund. So if you don't use it all, there will be more the week after because it just gets added, right?
Question though, don't we need to have a DAO set up in order to put anything in the DAO account?
They are already set up. That's how the proposal system works. Like you have a weekly allowance.
No, that's not what I mean. They're technically set up. There's technology and there's a system, but they're, as best I know, not legal.
You're breaking up a lot.
Of a DAO with no legal. Custodians with no legal entity, right?
I didn't catch all that. I think you have bad reception. Right.
Yes, in other words, there's no legal entity for the DAO at this moment, right?
No, it's just it's just all set up by Alien World at this time, and we get to vote how it's done.
Right. But in other words, if we don't set up a legal entity, we're individually liable in case anyone wants to sue us. Is that not correct based on your understanding?
You're always individually liable. If you do something that's not right, it's like, I don't know the term, like malpractice. Even if you have
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if somebody wants to sue us, whether we've done something wrong or not.
They can always sue you.
They would be
even if there's no legal ground, somebody can always sue you.
Right.
They don't have to be right to sue you. So having a legal entity doesn't protect you at all there.
It doesn't?
They can always personally sue you.
Well, who's going to defend us?
You're on the hook for that yourself. Anybody can sue anybody, right?
Well,
If they find any slim cause for a lawsuit, you can be sued, and then you have to go through courts and lawyers and drag it on for years. But people don't have to be right to get sued, right? So,
or a legal entity could exist that would take on that responsibility and expense in those cases. That's a choice we have.
Are you suggesting that if somebody wants to sue the DAO, then everybody who is something somehow related to the DAO? I mean, I think the whole point of a DAO is that there's not a singular person or entity that would be attacked.
I've been told, and I don't know if it's true or not, that we're individually put into a general partnership with each other, and which in the United States is an LLC, which is one of the most risky type of. And if we aren't established, it defaults to those rules. I don't know if that's true or not, or it might be open to interpretation. However, I believe if we do have a legal entity set up, that entity can generate income and can pay for things like insurance and legal fees if the members choose to do that.
yeah, but in the end, if somebody feels wronged and they feel that you are responsible, there's nothing blocking them from suing you personally, right?
Yeah, but a DAO could pay for that defense. We could choose that the DAO would pay for that defense in that.
Yeah. But if it does, there's this entanglement. This becomes toward each other.
In other words,
if the DAO
protect
pays
our
for that
members.
defense,
We can choose to put protections in for our custodians and members if we want to, or we can ignore it and each fight for ourselves.
I just posted something. This has been a big debate in the Go Fractally blockchain, and Matt Langston, I kind of put some links of this DAO being sued and then the developers being sued. So I think there's been a lot of talk, and then they were the ones that put some legalese around exactly what you're saying, Lisa, is like, if you do not specify that you have a working relationship with people, then you are just defaulting to what the law pigeonholes you in the States as a general partnership. And that, there could be better mechanisms if you realize that you could put a different legal corporate structure around you. So I think both parties are right here. Nick is right in saying someone can definitely, anybody can sue anybody. Yeah, they can go personally. And this was more of a DAO structure of like, how do we protect these members of the DAO? And like you said, Lisa, having that protection of a corporate structure. Sometimes you have a little bit more liability because you're working as not just a general partnership, you're working as, they fleshed out a non-profit, what was it called? I'll find the terms here, but yeah, it's something to think about. We just wouldn't want to have set precedent where, anyways, I don't have the answer. I can just share some information that smarter people than me are posting out there.
I have to run into the vet, so if I can, I'll be back, but I gotta run in for now, so wish me luck.
Good luck.
good luck. I'm getting toward the end of my marathon. It's going to be time for me to switch gears. Pretty soon I'd like to have a snack before my next meeting. Comes around in 45 minutes. But there isn't just one answer to this. There is, I would suggest though that if the DAO funds the defense of any of its participants, then the DAO becomes responsible and gets entangled in a way that is problematic. So it probably can't afford to do that financially. Also can't afford to do that in a liability sense. And that that's part of the reason why people use pseudonyms to conceal their identities. Part of the reason why, because if a person feels harmed, the next point, they can just be sued, and that doesn't matter what's right or wrong. Actually, you can punish a person simply by suing them and forcing them to defend themselves, and that's burden. And that it's no secret. Patent trolls do that a lot, right? We want to protect against that. We need to have pathways to protect against that. Anonymity is the best one.
Yeah, but the other issue there is that if there's anonymity, how do you do accountability?
Well, the only problem to solve is there's a lot. There is a lot to that, because I don't know that answer.
Me neither. Like it's always like security and usability are always at opposite ends. You have to find a common ground that's acceptable.
Well, you transform accountability. You transform accountability to the honor system. So anthropologists are aware of, and most people are aware of, the honor system being an organizing principle for people who value privacy in their society. So like there are some societies that are called high trust societies, and others that are called low trust, where a low trust society is one where your immediate neighborhood is full of people that you need to feel on guard against your neighbors and stuff. And a high trust society is one where accountability is sort of celebrated into existence.
Yeah, but it only works because everybody knows each other. If you add anonymity to that, there's no, it's not the same.
No, they don't. They don't all know each other in Seoul, South Korea. They are, in some ways, well, they have strong identity tools, but in the math city, they're anonymous, but they're a very high trust society because there's enough agreement, implicit agreement in what they're all doing together. There's a joke from Crocodile Dundee that I'm fond of, where, you know, a rural sort of person who is not familiar with the city, the way of the city at all, flies to New York City and thinks, wow, can you imagine 7 million people all wanting to live together? Must be the friendliest place on earth, New York City. I think I busted a gut laughing when I first heard that joke, because New York City's reputation is not the friendliest place on earth.
Hey, I'm walking here.
But why the fuck do 7 million people choose to live that close to each other? They all want to live with each other. Like so the answer to this, how do you do accountability with anonymity, is that first of all, you construct logic to the security features of anonymity, of privacy, and that if everybody has privacy, then we're forced to find other ways to be accountable to each other. And that there is such a thing as the honor system that you provide other proofs for. Okay, so opportunity cost wise, I cannot possibly be orchestrating an attack or something like that if I'm also visibly attending to something else at the time in an opportunity cost way. The honor system is a way of proving that, to say like what I choose to share about myself shows how I spend my time in my life, and that based on what you can see me doing, you know what I'm not doing. And that's part of the answer.
Yeah, but the issue here is that there's money involved, and especially if you like for some Western people, this might not be a lot of money, but there are places where this is a lot of money, and they wouldn't mind doing a long con for a few months just to get at a big jackpot. So as soon as money is involved, directly or indirectly, most of that just goes out of the board, and it's best not to trust, I'm afraid. it's just, you see it over and over and over again. Maybe I'm too cynical for that, but yeah.
Well, you're not alone. Everyone in the Quadriga Initiative feels exactly like that. It's best not to trust, but what is that? Unpack it, because you always will trust your method of checking. And there's the observer effect. In that, another story I'm fond of. I'll spare you the story. The observer effect makes a difference in that the method we're using to check, to validate for accountability purposes creates its own compliance in a way. And well, okay. I'm assuming a lot to think that somebody is not going to want to scam the system. I'm trying to envision a system that a person doesn't want to scam. And if logic holds that there's money involved, there's a lot of money involved, there's enough money involved that a person will always want somebody, there will always be somebody whose circumstances motivate them to want to scam. To that, I don't have a good answer. I apologize. That my logic is limited to that extent. My logic doesn't have an answer to that problem. To the problem of there always being somebody who's motivated by their circumstance to be a scam. But what my logic would aim for is to transform the motivation of scammers, to help them understand that there's actually a better use for their time and talent, to provide a better opportunity. Like my logic is about the opportunity cost of, you're either spending your time and energy and compute resources, even your scarce compute resources, whatever it is you're using to commit your scam, you're using that. There's got to be something better to do, and that I want to make that obvious. I want to put that right in front of them. That's something that is better for them to do.
Yeah, I just didn't see how it would work with anonymity, right? Like there is a few people that I trust in Wax, and that's because if I want to, I can just book a plane and go to them, right? You have Anders, you have some of the ultra rare people in the UK, and some people that I met at the hangout in Hilversum a few weeks ago. There are people in this space that are very visible and public, and that have like years-long reputation. I think I'm one of them because I've been building on Wax, and I've had plenty of chances. People keep telling me, why don't you just knock out a project or a game, a clicker, and just back when Wax was hyped and pumping a lot of money around, people kept saying, why don't you just knock out a game? But I was like, I like what I do and I built a reputation. Why would I ruin that by doing a quick cash grab? And I think it's people with that attitude that have been in the space for a long time. Those are the people that you see that come to these positions, like Anders, like Michael from EOSUSA. Lisa has also been very visible in the alien world space for years. So I think that's why you see a lot of people like that rise to the top with getting votes, because people feel like, hey, I can hold those people accountable because I know how they've been acting publicly for years. And I don't think that there's a way to really do that anonymously, but I haven't heard it yet, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you're right about that. Although, so the logic of anonymity was a protection against.
Yeah, I understand. I would rather be totally anonymous, but I know it also that it wouldn't work. At least I would not, it wouldn't work for me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's that. I think the whole thing is trying to build other systems to help people that are not, as visible, to be more authenticated in a sense. We had a couple of people on today talking about Jesse from the EOSBs talking about a kind of white listing service using Eden on EOS, where you get a non-transferable badge. Just, there's a couple of use cases there, obviously white listing, but yeah, the whole election processes that we do on Eden, or say that this fractally process, it is it is about that proof of person, right? It's there's a little networking to earn game, sure, but it's really and a consensus game. But yeah, it's building that trust of people. So yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if we start having anonymous bad actors, they'll reinforce that, our theory of, okay, anonymity is not working. I had to just don't want to change that subject too much, but I am just because I have to, I've got a dog with that needs a walk here. So I'm kind of limited, but I was going to ask you, one of the thoughts we had is Vlad has made a consortium tool, kind of a signaling tool that we would try and get smaller communities, and Recourier just brought this up as well, how to empower smaller communities to, instead of us being the leaders saying, we know exactly where the money should be going to signal the community to start putting proposals of what they would do with the money, right? So obviously our reputation would be on the hook if they were bad actors. But one thought was, and I kind of brought it up before, I want your opinion on, we have a week long. So if we're gone in a week and, the money goes to someone else, if I wanted to, one of our thoughts was to have a multi-sig after this, that we would be able to enable and have more time to signal the community and give it out past that. But since you said, hey, this is already a DAC, we don't really need to start another DAC. I just wanted your maybe ethical and just opinion on, would that be the right way to do this? Because the first thing you said is, hey, you're holding on to funds for a longer time, yeah, you're going to be judged by the community if you don't put them out. But our thoughts were, hey, we need a little bit of time to kind of get a signal from the community. So I'm not sure if that was clear, but basically us setting up a multi-sig on Wax with custodial wallets and us taking a signal from the community to dispense that funds from there. Just wanted to get your thought.
Yeah, I just think that being in power for that week doesn't entitle you to those funds if there's not a clear goal for that. Because what you'll see is, like, say that you're in office for 10 weeks, right, get 5 million TLM or whatever in your own wallet that is to be divvied up. Then a new council gets voted in, and they have to start at 500K again, while the other 5 million that has not been used now sits in a position where the new active council members can't access that. So I don't think that is the way to go.
Gotcha.
I already, like earlier today, I made a Telegram group because I saw a lot of proposals for people like petitioning all the planets. So it's like there needs to be a way to address like all the planets. Can we put something together? For instance, as a first test, I put in like a server cost for running the mission bots in the Kavian DAO because I have access there. I was like, but why should Kavian pay for that? Why not just share it over all the planets to make the total thing smaller? There were people talking about a game that introduces it all. So I think there will be more stuff that will that needs to be addressed by all the planets at the same time. And I wish there was something in place for that already, but I think we can make that work. Another thing is that the proposals are currently only visible in the UI to council members. So I would open that up so that everybody can see it, and also have a way for non-council members to make a proposal, like on Wax Labs, like, okay, you have an idea of something that you want to have built, pay 500 TLM, 1000 TLM, and submit directly to where the council members can see it, and then put it into a real vote.
Right.
So that's something that I think would be very useful right now. But,
that was my first proposal, is to use that tool I just posted for that exact purpose, but not to put the onus of the proposal person to have such a high stake of costs. The initial cost to set up a planet to use, say, the planet's token, and say in this case Eyeke, is $500. So saying, okay, let's put up $500 and set up this signal station, and hopefully other planets follow the same. And it could be anything. We could set that up for just a general one for, proposals to all the planets. We can use it in any way, but I've known Vlad for about 4 years in the EOS space, and he's kind of used this signaling station on EOS. And then he got one of the first galactic grants to put this on wax. So I'm seeing here, we have something that if this, our UI right now doesn't show all the proposals, that we could use that system. So, and it's not a lot just to get something started. And I'll try and find his white paper of just the tokenomics there as well. But he was on our call this morning and said that he would give that whole system even to alien worlds, that he doesn't want to even control the back end, that he set up the smart contracts, the tokenomics that you use I believe a vote token. But yeah, I was thinking exactly the same of needing some other signal beyond me. And I thought, I might need a step between this as a DAC, obviously not, yeah. But yeah, using that same sort of thing. So I'm going to be gone for a tiny bit, but I'll post that into some of the channels and rally our planet to be the first to set it up and see if that's a tool we could use to do exactly what you're talking about.
Because the backend that we have right now in the website, you really need to see that as the last piece of red tape to put funds toward the goal, right? So this is only the very final bit that they facilitate. Everything before that, like thinking of what to do, talking to people, speccing it out, etc., that's not facilitated in the current website. So this is really just, okay, have we all agreed this is the amount of funds that we send to that wallet? Yes, okay. And that's the only thing that part does. So it probably shouldn't even be called a proposal. It's just like, okay, allocate funds, yes, no, because there's a whole, like, the idea to build stuff and to use the funds, there's somewhere else where that needs to take place right now, because the website just doesn't facilitate that right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's more like, instead of proposal, it's more like send funds. Yeah.
So the consortium site that you have, can you use it to vote with TLM right now, or how does it work? Because I think this was used for that grant system. Yeah. And back then, when that was around, I was nominated for something, and I didn't understand. It was like, okay, this is going to cost people TLM to vote. So I told everybody, don't do that. It's not worth it, right?
We can set it up to use any token. So I'm gonna in about an hour or two, once I get back here, I'm going to, well, I guess I'll have to get the consensus from our group, but to send the $500 in Trillium to start, to kind of set up your own pool. And I'm going to do it for Eyeke to start. And I get to decide what people use as their signaling token. And I'm going to say, in this sense, Eyeke, or maybe just even start higher. Maybe we just start with Trillium as an overall. I'll see what the other candidates say, but yeah, if you look at their his kind of white paper Medium article, it kind of describes it, and there's some tokenomics behind having that vote token as well, but it is all on chain, and it's, if you go to the, let's see, I believe the EOS version, it will be more of a show and tell, because we've used that as a signaling tool for a couple years. Let me just see if it's just EOS.consortium. 1 second here.
Because I would really love if you could just set like a fee to add a new proposal, but then be able to vote on it for free without it costing anything. But then there's all the logistics behind it for having to lock it up, or else you can vote, send out the tokens, vote again. So that's
yeah, that last one was kind of the communities that have used it for EOS, and you'll see if it makes sense. And yeah, I once you look at it, I value your feedback on, nice thing is that the cool history of it is one of the first DAC-a-thons we had, giving out money to groups, like, Jesus, 3 years ago was this. So it's just kind of neat to see the progression of tools that got money from DAOs and distributed funds from communities of what they've built. So in part of it was supporting just Vlad and his team that really not been funded well, that kind of made a tool that was useful for a lot of our decisions in elections and in DAOs. So we've used it. We actually got him to change it. So I guess the bottom line is, however we see our community wanting to use it the best, tokens, paid, whatever, he has been very, very receptive. For example, the first time we used it, we all came together for a DACathon to create a DAC over 2 days. So it was there, and at the end, we all didn't have a bunch of tokens. We wanted one member, one vote. So we just all, because we were participating, we did one thing, we participated in an event, we got one token, and we were allowed to have one token to vote on who won the DACathon. So there's a template there, and Vlad and a good team that can make this into a good signaling system. If the tokenomics or whatever's working doesn't make sense, he's pretty agile. So and by all means, we could look at something else, but I just know that this has kind of worked in the past, and he's been agile to change it for specific use cases. So yeah. But yeah, I'll put up one. I'll put up one today, hopefully with consensus from our group. Get a proposal out just to pay. Oh, I got monkey. I got monkeys. Oh, the dog's going crazy. But yeah, I wanted to share that with you because I saw the same, that it's not really open to the rest of the community, and then this as well keeps all the proposals on chain. So, and it could be just a signaling tool. You know what I mean? Like for us, it could be, hey, we want to give money to small creators. We're not obligated to have any of these proposals, but we can kind of get a gauge of what the community thinks. And like any governance, we'll see how many people actually care, right? And then actually participate, right? So, that's the big questions. We can have the best tools, but if no one's using them.
Yep. We need our network effect. The network effect is so much of the utility, and the bridges create that. I think that the bridges are really important. We sort of talked about how finance is its own silo for everything that's an investment, everything that is, and everything that's just a digital asset, for whether it's a network utility or a standalone digital asset, like a collectible or a game artifact or something. The bridges should only reach that. There can be cross-chain and inter-blockchain swap and all that stuff, but that at some point in the architecture of the exchanges, that it shouldn't have bridges that reach into finance. If we're trying to at least create ourselves a defensible position. I mean, to Nick's concern, that a person can sue you frivolously, vexatiously. You can counter sue them for that too, right? If you can show that you got a defensible position. If you do something like you release a token for a game and somebody sues you, I welcome that. A person can sue me and I'll just counter sue them for defamation. And then
but once you get into that battle, you already lost, man. It's like it's the same tactic that Nintendo uses, right? They use it because they know if you get sued by Nintendo, they will keep coming for you for years. Even if you're in the right, just cave. Same with Sony. Like big entertainment companies do that with great success. And it's usually just not worth it to fight it because you don't have 12 years to be tied up in lawsuits. And
they just don't stop. Then they can afford that long.
Yeah, they just drag it out. They just keep. Yeah, there are so many examples. Like, sorry?
Doesn't countersuing them work? Can't you countersue them for frivolous, vexatious?
Better have some.
I don't know if you want to spend like so much of your life. It takes up all the energy, right? They have. It doesn't, because they can just task law firms to just keep bearing you with new paperwork and proposals and drag it on and on and on forever.
I want to plug and let you know one last thing that we've been doing for a bunch of weeks, and it's just Dan Larimer's latest experiment based on his book More Equal Animals. But today's meeting was just more meet and greet, listen to people's proposals, get people's thoughts. But we've been practicing this Go Fractally process, that it's a very structured 1 hour meeting. And the first half, it's just a 3 minutes of what you've contributed. And it could be, different groups are using this fractally process for different things. But say if we had one planet that was just very dedicated to marketing, and we were trying to reward people that were actually already out in the community that were doing marketing, and we can measure it. Well, I guess you don't have to measure it, but they basically give a 3-minute pitch of what they've done this last week. So instead of the current worker proposal system of like, give me money, trust me, I'm going to do what I say with the money, this one is a system of tell me what you've done the last week. And it averages out over time, because you can't quantify what these people have done in this hour meeting, right? So over time, over these meetings, people are coming up with better ways to explain themselves, putting links in the chat, putting up little videos, but a very brief, what have you done this last week? We break out into random breakout rooms. So say 36 people start off the meeting. There's 6 groups of 6, and those random groups, everyone has 3 minutes to explain what they've done. And we all get rewarded if we come to consensus of who we think gave the most contribution. And it's kind of ranked top to least. The top person gets more than the least person. There's an algorithm there. But it was just a different way, because we've had these worker proposal systems. Like I said, you promise something, hope you do it. And this one was a system of rewarding people to, what have you done lately? And really the side benefit was networking in person. So behind the scenes, many people don't know, it is this proof of person, because part of it is you have to be on video. You're in this camera, and over time, you're building rapport. And I'm not as engaged in all the social channels, but I've done more business with people through this process of hearing the things I don't hear in their socials, what they're passionate about, and seeing them over video. So it's built trust over time. So I'm hoping that we can use this, and I'm not asking for funding for this. I got a galactic grant that I'm using all the money to reward people just for participating. But hopefully I can demonstrate that this could be, number one, another way for us to come to consensus. This could be just the 5 people on a planet coming to consensus, and it's video, it's taped, so that it's also a marketing tool to the rest of the community of how the 5 of us here today came to consensus of where we're giving the money. Or you can come to the meeting representing a group. So there could be all these communities behind everyone, that if you get whatever ranking and level you get, your community gets that as well. And the community can break away and try and decide what they do with their own funds, or how they break up their respect or tokens. So I'll drop a couple links, but I'm kind of passionate about governance, and I thought this was a nice new iteration on how to allocate. Almost think of it as like the end of the week meeting, where you have to meet anyways for an hour, and we're giving the bonus funds to people, and we as peer-to-peer allocate the funds to each other. So
one of the issues there is that you can disproportionately reward. Like one of the things that you agree to would be to only pay for equal value of services rendered, right?
True, and I wouldn't ask for any money from the custodians or the planets to do this. So once again, this is a separate tool that can just be utilized, and I separately have a fund of money that and NFTs that I would be just separately giving out. So this would just be a tool that could maybe help the custodians or members of different communities to come to consensus, and as a marketing tool to say, hey, look, I'm taping. Like everyone could tape their own conversation of how they come to consensus in their meetings. They don't need to come to this meeting, but it's a different way to be honest, not everybody asks or for a pat on the back, but it's kind of something that basically gives everyone kind of some respect at the end of the week of what they've done. And it doesn't have to be, there's other groups doing this for EOS on Eden. There's different marketing groups that are saying, how about you decide with your group how you divvy up some bonuses to each other. I'm just seeing it as just another tool like Consortium that, we could come to consensus on. I guess if we gave money to a separate group that, is doing marketing, they could use this tool, or us as custodians could use this tool. So yeah, just something that I wasn't too sure if you were aware of, that we've been running for a while, just another governance experiment, and it's based off of, let's see if I got the link here.
Something I would like to add is you talked about like paying out a sum before something is done. I would very, very much advise against that, and just make sure that if you agree to have something built, to set milestones that are close enough that you can just frequently validate and then pay out for that milestone. Never give a big chunk ahead of time, because there is so much risk involved. So you have to, that would be the way to go. Like, this is the scope of the project, chop it up in small bits, a week long or smaller even, and just make sure that you evaluate what gets done and then pay that out, and not get caught like with the big funds walking out the door.
Right. One last thing, because the dog's bugging me, is with faster finality and with IBC, I can see that one of the good tools that has been able to fund distributed projects over on EOS is Pomelo. And just seeing that I've reached out to that group, that could be a mechanism in the future as well for other groups to get a signal from the communities. Now, it is based on quadratic voting, which means that you are only getting funding for your project if people dig in their pocket and put a wax or 10 wax towards a project. But the neat thing is just another funding mechanism that is built out that can be used for wax, and that team is the EOS Nation team. And they said, by all means, it could be used for the same thing. So I think it's more for a further conversation, but it would be just another way of having these smaller groups. It doesn't do what you're saying, is like, you have to manage these small people and they have to give back milestones for you to prove what they're doing. It is a quadratic funding, and it is a reputation system over time, that if that small group got some funding from that mechanism and then use it, they probably just wouldn't get funding again. So it is kind of giving money up front. But the cool thing is, we could put a pot of money there that, then the community matches, and, just trying to find ways to try and leverage our money and trying to, double it up or build it up more. And then also trying to get the community involved, instead of us having the onus of going, I know what's right with this money. You know what I mean? It's more, once again, trying to get that signal. So I think that's what these three projects kind of have in common, is trying to engage the wider community to either come to consensus or get a signal, or, back a project with some of their funds as well, right?
Yeah, I really like, I was thinking while you was speaking, the same idea of like using it to match, like from the council to match funds. The only thing you have to fend off is then people setting up something fake, putting in million TLM, like, okay, match my TLM, and then.
Yes. Well, the nice thing there is a gatekeeper on that one, and they have very specific rules on at least the Pomelo, the way it's structured now, is that it's for public goods, that there has to be something that is open source that the rest of the community can use, and you can't donate money with more than one account. So last season, there was an extra $150,000 divvied up between people because they found some people were cheating. So it does need their centralized body to monitor that. They've got some analytics and stuff, but yeah, there was definitely some rules in place to try and keep out the people that were trying to game the system, donate from multiple accounts, because it's quadratic voting. 100 people giving one wax gets more match funding than one account giving 100 wax thing, right? So yeah,
it was like, we have labs here, but that's not really comparable. The thing I made was true labs. I thought I would give that a try.
Yeah.
But
were you successful?
Yeah, but I started this 2 months ago. It was less than 2 weeks for me to build, and I'm still waiting on it to be reviewed so that it can pay out. So it's very sluggish to go through it. So I don't think I would ever do it again. So,
yeah. Well, hey, I'm really glad you joined. I'm glad you gave me some little bit more clarity and insight too. I value your opinion. So that's awesome.
No worries.
And yeah, and thanks for setting up that generalized kind of galactic grant, that Telegram page too, because I was thinking that there's going to be, you know, a lot of projects that, you know, each planet or each, you know, yeah, all the candidates from different planets can, you know, come together on some of these bigger projects, right?
Yeah, I can drop the link. It's just a simple Telegram group. I don't know if that's the best place, but I was like, okay, it's not there now. I'm just going to make it, and if it works, at least that's there. But maybe Discord. I really hate Discord because I just have too much channels, and I get spammed to death. But I think it would be better on Discord because you can structure it more and have split off stuff easily. But yeah, I think to get things started, that will be fine. But it's also really hard, I think, to get all the planets to agree on something. But let's see. Because as I said, I proposed something like the first things that came to mind where people can see the active proposals. I would like to change that. And there's no way for people to actually reach council members with their ideas to have something made. Those are like two major issues, in my opinion. I was like, to build something for that, if I would make a proposal, I would feel bad to submit that to just one planet because everybody would benefit, right?
Yeah.
And when I put that, like the first response is, but yeah, then people will complain, why are you doing it that way? Why are you doing it that way? So people always immediately see the worst outcome. So
well, even before that, how do you reach the other candidates that are part of your planet now? Right?
Yeah, luckily I know everybody that got voted in on Kavian, and I only decided to run on one planet because I don't have a lot of TLM myself. I was late to the game. I'm happy to own one planet on Kavian. But I don't have like giant holdings of TLM. Like I think I had on less than 10k TLM when I got my planet, and I've bought TLM and been doing missions and rolling it over all the time. So I have a very, very moderate bag right now, but it's like 5% of my total vote. So it's thanks to other people that voted for me that I'm even in the council. So that is very much appreciated.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So yeah, I think we'll call it a day here because everybody has to go.
You betcha.
Okay, well, you can find me on Twitter or Telegram if you have questions or want to discuss something else. Feel free to reach out.
Yeah.
And yeah, nice having a quick chat.
You betcha. Appreciate it. Thanks so much, Jason.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Betcha.